about 2/5 of the total population. So for every 10 people you meet, 4 people would have been vaccinated. What that means is that every 10 people you meet, you are likely to meet 6 people who are not vaccinated, which means then that the probability that you will meet one or the other is 6-4 for those who have not been vaccinated compared to those who have been vaccinated. What that means is that the probability that you will catch the virus if everybody was infected would be 6-4, like 3-2. So those chances are still relatively high. The reason that we use this kind of approach is to look at what we call herd immunity. Herd immunity is that if most people are immune and are not likely to catch the disease, then anybody who comes into that group is that much less likely to catch the disease. Usually we would say that when the population of those who are immune or those who have been vaccinated is between 80 to 95%, you can talk about herd immunity. Herd immunity means that is the level to which you are safe from catching the virus. But we know that 2 people out of 5 is not high enough. Even when it is high enough, you still need to take precautions. Because out of every 10 people that you come across outside, 6 people are still likely to be able to carry the virus and to get you infected. So take precautions, don't what we call obsess over it. Do not obsess, meaning it's not do or die, but at least take precautions. Masks, still use masks in enclosed spaces. As research has shown, people who, when you are in a room and people are talking, just the talk alone releases water droplets into the air. These viruses travel with the water droplets. And it's been determined that in a closed room where no wind is blowing and where everything is quiet, you are likely to have that spittle, those water droplets in the air for up to 14 hours. So you don't go into a place where you will stay for 2 hours, there are many people talking, and you expect that you will be safe. On the other hand, when you are in a park or when you are out on the street where you don't have as many people packed together, the wind is blowing, it's very busy traffic, and wind is blowing and it's sweeping all the water droplets away. You may still want to put on your mask, but that's optional. So, but every time you are in a place, whatever you touch, you can be sure that if 10 people have touched it before you, 6 of them may be carrying the virus in their hands. So they touch the faucet, they touch the door, they touch the steering wheel, they touch all kinds of things that they touch. What that means is that still wash your hands, use soap and water to clean your hands all the time, and leave some soap and water on your hands. The reason is that research has determined that it takes 20 seconds for soapy water to kill the virus by removing its viral coat and then exposing its insides out so that the virus dies immediately. The nearest one to it is 30 seconds, and that is alcohol. But soapy water is the most effective. So still keep your soapy water with you, or use wet towels, and make sure that you have enough of it to cover your hands wherever you go, even if you don't touch something, because there are a lot of things we touch, we're not even aware that we have touched them when we do. So this is important. And now the other part of it, which has to do with you getting your own immunity to it is vaccination. Vaccination is important because what it does is to prepare your immune system to resist the virus. And if it cannot resist the virus, it resists the effects of the virus on you. Part of the effect of the virus is to make your blood clot in the blood vessels in your lungs. When your blood starts to clot in the blood vessels in your lungs, it cannot take oxygen from your lungs into your body. So you start to become breathless and all those things. And that can lead to death very quickly. As we know, a lot of people die in the ERs, in the emergency rooms, because they don't have the immunity. And so it's important that you take the vaccine. There are 3 forms: Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson. The Johnson & Johnson one has been found to have complications, including blood clots in other parts of the body, apart from just the lungs. What that means is that they are saying, but it affects women. All of the cases that they have found have been women with these conditions. Many of them have died. 3 of them have died out of 15. About 10 are in hospital, and about the remaining 2 are at home convalescing. So it's important that women, especially women of childbearing age, 19 to 49 years old, or 15 to 49 years old, women of childbearing age must take cognizance of that. What the CDC just did yesterday was to vote that they can go on, they can go on administering that vaccine, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. But I would advise women, don't be one of the 15 out of 6.2 million. You know, just one of you is 100% for yourself. It's a very, very small number when you compare it to 6.2 or 6.5 million. But it's important that when you as a woman, you are in childbearing age, even when you are not in childbearing age, try as much as possible to make sure that you have a choice as to which one you want to that you want to take, and make sure it's not Johnson & Johnson until they make it safe enough for you. So that is a very, very important thing. So in short, the vaccine, if you are a woman of childbearing age, please avoid Johnson & Johnson. They are now bringing up others now that they say children of younger age can begin to take. But until we get that out in the open, don't try to put your children through that. The Pfizer and the Moderna one, take them. You get that twice within 3 to 4 weeks of each other, and it can give you strong immunity. I just had my first one, and you can order it through your grocery store, through so many other outlets in your community. So do not waste time. Do not take the time. It's now almost open to everybody. Please make sure you get your own vaccine, and you switch yourself from the 6 to the 4, from the 6 group to the 4 group that are immune. Because every time you get immune, and many more of us get immune, when we go to those parties and all those things, we are more protected, with more people protected than not. And I know that people are still being told, don't take the vaccine, it's not safe, it's this, it's that. If everybody else is rushing to it, and you are not hearing anybody dying, then you should take it. Because like they say in Yoruba, that means if people are rushing around with something and they're all carrying it, you too put your hand to it, because if you don't, they may end up dropping it in your backyard. And in Yoruba, the tradition is about when a body is going to be buried, they carry it through the town, they dance, they do all kinds of things. And if you are not pushing it with them, it may be in your backyard that the dead body will end up. And you don't want that with corona. Then continue with your precautions. Do not stop your precautions. Know places where you are at higher risk, enclosed spaces, places where there are a lot of people and they are talking, places where you know, you do not have a barrier, keep up your mask, because that mask is a very important barrier to the mask, to the virus getting into your nose, where it will now be able to do the harm that it is designed to do.
Thank you so much. If you're just coming in, you are joining us on Yoruba Gbode. People on YouTube, I also welcome you. Please, our people on YouTube, continue to share and share and share so that people can enjoy what you are enjoying now. So that was Dr. Olugbenga Ekundayo, our great epidemiologist, who has been talking to us about coronavirus. He put everything into perspectives. One or two questions that I have, I will have had many, but all my questions, it was just answering it without me asking. And I really appreciate that. Now, Dr. Ekundayo, about traveling, a lot of people, they've been traveling all over. And recently we heard that India is having over 300,000 per day of people who are infected. So what advice do you have for people who are traveling or people who still intend to travel? I know they may be going to Nigeria, they may not be going to India, but everybody pass through the same airport most of the time. So what is your advice for people who want to travel? Is it safe to travel now? Is it safe to just stay at home?
Okay. Actually, we have known from the beginning the things that you can do in order to avoid or to be able to cope with what they call social distancing. In epidemiology, we don't call it social distancing, especially those of us who are social epidemiologists. In this Zoom medium that we are all talking now, we are in social contact. We are engaging in, we are part of social engagement. So we're not socially distant from one another. But physical distance is essential. Physical distance as a barrier to transmission. Now, if we know that enclosed spaces and the chances that if you have many more people who are not immune than people who are immune, you are more likely to catch the virus, you can still apply the same principles. At motor parks, those are high risk, at travel places where you go to travel, motor parks, airports, airplanes on entry and all those places. You usually have a lot of people there. But even if you don't have a lot of people, you do have a lot of traffic where people touch things. So wear mask, use your soap and water. The thing is that if people had known from the beginning that it's soap and water that will help them, that will save them, we wouldn't have had as many transmissions and as many deaths as we had. But because everybody wanted to look at it from a clinical standpoint, they want to be sick before that thing gets taken care of. Now, if they have to be sick, then they have to go to the hospital. So in order to avoid all of these things and the complications, continue with your precautions and be aware that your precaution has to be much more stringent when you are going to a place like India, when you are going to a place like an airport, especially where the doors are not automatic. Every time you have to open a door, every time you have to push anything, you know that somebody else has touched it before. In India, there are over 1.2 billion people. If only 350 million of them get inoculated, that's still a very small number. That's like 1.5 out of 10 people that you need that are that's a very small number. Although 350 million inoculated in India is the whole population of the United States. So you can see your risk change with your location. But regardless of where the risk is or what the risk is or what the risk level is, it is the same precautions. Take the same precautions. Wash your hands, use soap and water, get immunized if you can. Make sure you use your masks all the time. The other thing to do is the treatment in clinical practice. What they do is that they try to suppress the problem. They don't necessarily give you things that will make your body to heal quickly. Those things are things like that you have in tea, like you have in antioxidants and all those things. Your diet will be very, very instrumental in that. If you are going to India, make sure you take all of those things into consideration. But also as important is that if you are going to India and you are in a place where you can get vaccinated before you go, please get vaccinated before you go. But not only India, but wherever you are going that you would consider to be high risk. And like I said, high risk areas, enclosed spaces, places where there is a lot of traffic, and places where you have a lot of people congregated and they are talking.
Thank you. I can see 2 hands up. I think the questions are for our epidemiologists, but let me try to ask this last question from me. Now, a lot of people are saying that they don't want to get the vaccination because they said, after all, you can still get COVID-19. So what can you say to them?
Well, first of all, you know, there's a very strong campaign against vaccines going on, which is by itself would, on the surface, would have credibility. But when you look below it, you see that there's no evidence that supports it. What we say is, that means if you don't hear something, that means you don't have evidence of something. You can't start internalizing it and saying, well, things are bad and this, but you have to have evidence. If you are a thinking person, as a Yoruba person is, as a normal Omoluabi is, then you will see that you need evidence. The evidence, as we know today, is that if you are immune against it, your immune system will be able to resist the virus and the problems that it causes in the body. Your immune system will be able to resist it. If you do not have the virus or parts of it or something like it in your system, your body cannot react against it. So you will not be immune against it. Now, they talk about complications. See, 15 people out of 6.5 million, you would be looking, it will be more difficult to find a needle in a haystack than to find those kinds of people among so many people vaccinated. But it's amongst women, and women can be asked to take precautions because they have alternatives. They have Pfizer, they have Moderna, right? So they can take other vaccines. But it's important that you take the vaccine because if you get to India, for example, or you get into an airport, if your body already has developed what we call antibodies to it, you are immune to it. So if you touch a door, it's less likely that you will now have the disease. You will still carry the virus, but you will not have the disease. The disease is what kills, not the virus itself, but the virus itself causes the condition of the body to be diseased to the point that the person dies. So in order to prevent that from happening, take the vaccine, take the precautions, but make sure that you take the vaccine.
Thank you. I have my brother here raising up his hands. He wants to make a contribution. Ojúlówó ọmọ Yorùbá, dókítà alàgbà Fọlájogún Olúwajáná. Okay, you can talk, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Yusuf. And thank you, Dr. Oluekundayo. Actually, I just want to make a contribution because I'm a medical doctor myself. Unfortunately, I noticed that not many Nigerians or people from Nigeria have not joined because so far it's only about 23. I don't think there are many Nigerians yet on the forum. But I'm just hoping that we enlighten our people back in Nigeria more than those of us outside Nigeria. I'm based in UK. Everything Dr. Dunkundayo has said is very correct. Mrs. Winnie Lomo, your question that are you safe? Yes, relatively you are safe. But as Dr. Dunkundayo is saying that until we have massive world herd immunity, nobody is safe. So that is why we need to get our people back at home, more enlightened. It's a shame that the forum is not full yet, but I hope that either when they replay it or we send it back to them somehow, that they will know. In particular, going to churches and gathering and parties is still very, very risky, very, very risky. And I watched in the UK news here, as you've mentioned, India is in problem at the moment, in a serious problem. People are dying on the floor in the hospitals. They have no oxygen anymore. And the government is now scrambling all over the place looking for oxygen. So we need to get our people back at home, that nobody is safe. Those of us outside might feel relatively safe, but even then, the British government advises that not until 80% of the population is vaccinated or immune, either by direct exposure to the virus or through vaccination, they are not going to open things up completely. And one last point, I'm sure probably you've heard that even the Pastor Yakilome, who was the architect of the seat about this, has been fined in UK of £125,000 for wrong information to people. So our pastors, I hope they will use their common sense. They would not just be taking people's money and buying jets and deceiving them. This virus doesn't know anybody, doesn't care about whether you are religious or not religious. Everybody has to take precautions, wash your hand, don't go into crowded places. And if you go there, make sure you have your mask, you stay there minimum and get out. So thank you, Dr. Ekundayo. I hope people back at home in particular, I'm really concerned that those are the ones that need more enlightenment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oluwajano. In fact, the issue of churches and mosques and other places of worship, even in the native places, because I know that there are some Ifa temples that actually have services that are similar to the churches on weekends. And at times when you have all these celebrations, naming ceremonies, christenings, on all those ceremonies, marriages, funerals, and all those things, please, it's very, very important, as Dr. Oluwajano has said, it's extremely important that you take precautions. Taking precautions there's nothing religious about it. It's just pure evidence that this is what happens if this doesn't happen. Where Yoruba say, when you have heard about people who have died, even if they're in Maiduguri and you are in Lagos, that's evidence for you. And so please take precautions. The clergy, they need to take action about this. But it reminds me of something that happened in Kano State, or was it Katsina State, some years ago, when some people went there to try to inoculate people for meningitis. And somebody just let it out that the meningitis vaccine was made from pig tissue. And do you know that all of the nurses and doctors and everybody that was there to immunize were slaughtered like chicken? In one night, they were all slaughtered. So it's also important that caregivers pay attention to that, and that they know specifically what kind of information needs to be given to people, because people can be not as reasonable as the evidence would present. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take 2 more questions and then we move to another item. Baba Banji Ayiloge, is there any, can we get any agumu from Jare to ward off these things. Is that going to be your question? Baba Banji, are you looking?
Yeah, actually, I was going to point out the church thing, and both Dr. Oluwajana and Dr. Ekundayo did a very wonderful job on that score. But I have one last question. Dr. Ekundayo, did you say you just taken the first round of your own vaccine?
Yes.
What were you waiting for when younger people like me, we've taken ours? Anyway, thank you very much.
I know what happened. Because we call Dr. Ekundayo, because we call him Dokita Baba Shampana.
Yes,
so he thought all those things that he had from Shampana, maybe we'll catch it.
We younger folks, we've already taken the second one.
Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní pé ṣe rí lápá ọ̀dọ̀ wa tí àyè bá yọ lèèyàn ti máa lọ palẹ̀ mọ́ fún. So tá bá tí wọ́n ní ká lọ sórí ọpọ́n ká lọ bọ́ sórí ayélujára ká lọ set appointment síbẹ̀. Táyè bá dẹ̀ wà lèèyàn máa rí fi sí. Ó pẹ́ tó yẹn ni kí n tó rí àyè.
Okay.
Thank God. Alàgbà Thomas Bankole, you have a question?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o, Dr. Olugbenga Ekundayo, ẹ ṣé ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o, Ọlọ́run á máa túbọ̀ ràn yín lọ́wọ́. Dr. Oluwajana, mo kí ẹ̀yin náà o, ẹ ṣeun gan gbogbo ẹ̀yin elétò ìlera tẹ́ wà lórí ọpọ́n yìí, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín fún iṣẹ́ tẹ́ ń ṣe fún gbogbo ọmọ ìbílẹ̀. Ìbéèrè mi tí n bá lè béèrè Yorùbá, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ok, ẹni tó bá ní tó ń lọ fún treatment fún tó ń gba chemotherapy tó ti parí ẹ̀ pẹ̀ tó ń gba maintenance drugs, kí ni vaccination yìí báwo ló ṣe máa react, kí ni cautionary measure tẹ́ máa ní kó take? Bí wọ́n bóyá béèrè mi yé yín.
Màá ṣí fìlà fún Dr. Oluwajana sí nígbà tán ti wà ń bí ìsìn, màá tètè awọ́ wọn sí.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just give my
Yes,
own
go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. That is a very, very good question. And again, we have UK, our population is only 66 million. And what they actually did first was that, given your own condition, you are one of the people that are classified as vulnerable people that you should actually run away from the virus, like we run away from leprosy those days. And the government realizes that people like you, your immunity is already depressed by the chemotherapy and why you were having it. So what they did was that actually you are the people that are the first set of people to be vaccinated. What they did is that they have to take their vaccination in an hospital environment, so that if they react or something happens, they will admit them straight away and make sure they are well looked after. So that's my own advice. If you're going to have it, well, you should have it, or you should have even had it by now, but you should go and get it in an hospital environment. That's what we do in the UK. Thank you.
Ní US nǹkan tí nǹkan sọ yẹn tó já sí ni wípé tó either family doctor yín tàbí oncologist tó ń tọ́jú yín fún àrùn yẹn, àrùn jẹjẹrẹ yẹn, oncologist tó ń tọ́jú yín tàbí family doctor yín, consult ẹ̀, kàn set appointment fún yín, kàn sọ bí tẹ́ máa lọ, kàn sọ bó ṣe máa ṣe, nítorí pé tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ṣe yẹn ẹ̀ kàn lè bọ́ bì kan kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ pé ẹ wá gbà mí wọlé, kẹ́ gbé mi síbẹ̀, kẹ́ máa ṣe ẹ̀ tẹ́ lè wọ emergency room kẹ́ni kan admit kan wá fún yín ní vaccination yẹn. So ẹ máa discuss ẹ set appointment pẹ̀lú family doctor yín. Ìyẹn dẹ̀ máa ń dùn ṣe pé kẹ́kàn wá láti ibìkan tẹ́ mọ̀ wọ́n rí tán dẹ̀ mọ̀ yín rí, kẹ́kàn sọ pé ó yá irú àwọn tó ń bọ́ sínú mọ́tò tán máa kọjá níbẹ̀ tán máa gún wọn lápá, tó máa jókòó sí mọ́tò tó máa gbé wọn lápá yẹn kò ṣeé ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn tó bá ti jẹ́ pé irú èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ni. Ìkejì ni pé ṣe rí àrùn jẹjẹrẹ tí cancer nìyẹn ṣẹ́rí àwọn cancer míì wà tó jẹ́ pé ó máa ń dá egbò tí kì í jiná ó máa ń dálẹ̀ ní ara ṣùgbọ́n àwọn àrùn míì tún wà tó jẹ́ pé téèyàn bá ní ó yẹ kéèyàn tètè yá bá dókítà sọ. Ok, ìyẹn ni àwọn tó ní bíi diabetes àwọn tó ní immune disease àwọn tó ní kidney disease àwọn tó ní liver disease gbogbo nǹkan ẹ make sure doctor yín sọ̀rọ̀. Yes ma.
I was saying that maybe you should speak English because of people that we promised that we're going to speak.
Okay. Okay. So please make sure that just like Dr. Oluwajano has said, you know, you have to be admitted in order to get it. In America, in order to be admitted, you have to go through your doctor or go through the emergency room. The emergency room will not do it without your doctor ordering it. So what you will do, especially because when you are not sick, you don't go to the emergency room. Sick in the sense that you are in a real bad shape. But in America, talk to your family doctor or talk to your primary doctor or talk to your oncologist. But if you don't, you wouldn't have gone through chemo without having those people. But if you suspect that maybe you have cancer or it's been diagnosed elsewhere and you have not had the opportunity to have it done here in the United States, especially if you're an immigrant and you're still trying to work your immigration papers through, what you should do is talk to someone who might know someone who is a nurse and who will be able to guide you and help you to get into the system and get what you need, and or who is a doctor who will. But make sure you don't just sit down and keep quiet.
Thank you. So lastly, is there any chance, or let me say, how soon can we get over all this? The last story that we had the other time, when they were talking to us about the Spanish flu, they said it took 2 years. And at that time, they didn't have the vaccination. I don't think so. So how much more time do you have to be covering our face? Do you think it's going to take us another 1 year like the Spanish flu that took 2 years?
As it is being projected now, as it is being projected now, you are going to have a series of waves. We've had about 2 waves. This is the 3rd wave. And we're looking at another two waves more or so, which means that by next year, we would have had, the waves would have started going down in strength because more people are now vaccinated. When more people are vaccinated, when you are vaccinated, you may not necessarily have to wear masks, but it's still good to wear masks because there are still people around you who could be vulnerable when you are talking and your saliva or your water or something is carrying the virus around in the air. So you still wear your mask, but in another year or so, it may not be necessary to wear masks. But let me say something epidemiologically. These things occur in cycles of 40 years about or thereabouts. And that is because the number of people who are immune in the population, in the cohort, go down over time as they die out. And so the newborn people will also have to be immunized. After it gets to a point where everybody gets immunized like the flu and everybody who is vulnerable takes precautions, you have enough herd immunity not to be worried about, you know, all of these precautions. But you know, like Yoruba say, the same thing applies to COVID-19.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Olugbemiga Ekundayo.
And Dr. Oluwajano.
And Dr. Oluwajana. Oluwajana.
And that is Dr. Oluwajana is from Ijare.
Oh,
While he represents,
okay.
while
Is it
he
the
represents the
regular Ijare City? Is it the regular
Ijare City.
Okay.
Not Ijare Empire, like Moko Empire.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's nice being with you, so I may have to leave shortly, but I'll be back before you finish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, once again, I thank Dr. Olugbenga Ekundayo. I thank Dr. Folajogun Oluwajana. May God Almighty continue to bless their wisdom, their knowledge, and everything. Knowledge is light. If we don't have it, we don't get it. So thank God that we are able to get it today. So we are going to move forward. But before I go forward, I'm going to introduce my other presenter. I didn't want to stop what we were doing to introduce him, but he's a well-known person, Omagba, and that is Adeyinka Prince Sanda. Adeyinka, you are
yes,
on.
ma'am. Well, I'm very delighted to be here again today. And it's always a pleasure to sit in the midst of elders and learn. Like I always say, Yoruba Gbode is where ideas begin. We start conversations here. And I always look forward to being here every week.
Oh, you're Wale.
Tẹ́ mọ̀ pé ó yẹ kí n yọ́ wọlé ní tí bá wà lọ́dọ̀ àwọn bàbá mi àti ìyá mi.
Ọ̀yọ́ ló bíjà rẹ̀.
Ó yẹ kí n tẹ̀lé kẹ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ẹ bá wa sọ fún wọn, o.
Àbí ìjà rẹ̀ ọmọ tọ́yọ̀ bí ni.
Àbí.
Kì í ṣe pé ìjà rẹ̀ ló bí Ọ̀yọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́.
Àfi tọ́mọ bá máa bí bàbá nìyẹn.
Yóò tẹ gbókọ̀ ọ̀jà rẹ rí until recently.
Ẹ fẹ́ dájọ́ gbọ́n lẹ̀ ni.
Ẹ Google
Ta ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀? Ta ló lóun ò gbórúkọ ọjà rẹ rí yẹn? Ó pẹ́ tẹ́ni yẹn ti wà lábroad.
Wọ́n à ní Google nìyẹn.
Ṣẹ̀dẹ̀ wàá mọ̀ wípé ìjà rẹ̀ ara àwọn olùṣẹ̀ǹbáyé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni ó jẹ́.
That's right.
Wọ́n níjà rẹ̀ gan predate Oduduwa's time.
That's right. Àjọ wà nífẹ̀ẹ́ ní k'Odùduwà tó dé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n wí bẹ́ẹ̀.
Adéyínká ṣe òṣìwé kan ni or because bàbá Bánjí Ayélóge is here or both.
Ó dàbí bàbá Ayélóge ti fún wọn bribe.
Ọ̀rẹ́ lè mú Adéyínká. Èmi àti Dr. Ekundayo nìkan là ń jà.
Èmi ó sì làjà yín torí pé mo gbúdọ̀ ìjà rẹ rí.
Ṣé wàá mọ̀ wípé ìjà rẹ̀ ò jìnnà sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ìlú kan tó ń pè ní Ìwó Elérú láyé Àkúrẹ́. Ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti rí agbárí òkú èèyàn kan tí wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú èbó tí wọ́n ṣe carbon dating ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ní pé 10,000 years old ni.
Ọmọ àgbà ni Adéyínká yìí o.
Yeah, thank God for that information, Adeyinka. Yeah. So we are going to move forward. As I am going to introduce again our wise men. I'm still waiting for Professor Yeye Omofolabo Soyinka. Àṣà òpẹ́ kò bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀nà ló jìn. She's going to be joining us soon. So, Baba Bánjí Ayélóge is here. And Baba Adeniran Adeboye.
The most famous person from Gbọ̀ngán.
Gbọ̀ngán Empire.
Ó wà bí o ṣe gbọ́ mi.
Wọ́n ti ti gbọ̀ngàn lé. Wọ́n á lọ gbọ̀ngàn lé ni.
Daddy mo yin lẹ o.
Ẹ kú wájú o. Gbogbo nǹkan tí ẹ bá sọ lórí gbọ̀ngàn. Ambassador gbọ̀ngàn Empire ti dé báyìí o.
And also, before we go forward, let me take this opportunity to let everybody know that next month we are bringing Olufi of Gbọ̀ngàn on Yoruba Gbode. Olufi of Gbọ̀ngàn is going to be our special guest on Tobalashe. And now this is the case. Now we all know Baba Adeboye, and all we, the younger ones, we are not going to leave Baba Adeboye alone to sponsor this edition. So I'm inviting everybody to chip in. So please chip in for the sponsorship of Olufi of Gbọ̀ngàn. As a matter of fact, that will also make us know èèyàn mélòó ló fẹ́ràn Bàbá Adébóyè.
Ṣé òyìnbó la máa sọ ń jọ yẹn? Ambassador,
jẹ́ sọ Yorùbá bí o ṣe.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá wù yín lẹ lè sọ. Bóyá o mọ̀ pé ṣé ń gbọ́ mi?
Dáadáa àbí ká mọ̀ gbé.
Bóyá o mọ̀ pé Kábíyèsí Olúfi of Gbọ̀ngàn started out as an academic with a PhD from University of Ife. Oh yeah, Mama. Kó tó wá di ọba. Okay. So ó gbọ́ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì. Olúfi Gbọ̀ngàn sì gbọ́ Yorùbá kọjá wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́. So ìtò bá wù wá la lè sọ ṣùgbọ́n orí Yorùbá lèmi ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ o torí pé
gbogbo èdè náà gbọ́ nìyẹn.
So anyway, mo ẹ kú wájú gbogbo yín, mo sì kí olóòtú àti àwọn atọ́kùn tí wọ́n kú iṣẹ́ ribiribi tí wọ́n ń ṣe. Ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ni eléyìí jẹ́ lójú tèmi fún àwa Yorùbá pé kí á gbóhùn wa ní gbogbo àgbáyé. A kì í ṣe èèyàn kékeré, a ní ìtàn, aláṣà, a ní èdè, alóríṣiríṣi nǹkan tí àwọn èèyàn fi ń gbéra. Àti ó kàn jẹ́ pé ẹkùn dààmú Ọlọ́run níwò ìṣàjàkájà.
So go ahead, Baba.
So inú mi dùn láti wà bí lónìí. Ẹ kú wájú.
Okay, thank you, Baba Adeboye. Now, the reason why we're speaking English is because we are talking about an important topic that encompasses everybody, Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo in Nigeria. We want our other people to understand, to know what is going on. And I know it's going to benefit them. Before I go further, Alagba Isaac Adeyemi, you raising your hands up to ask a question or what?
Yes, ma'am. I have a question for the doctor or one of the doctors, if they're still available, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Okay, we just go ahead, sir.
Yes, doctor. My question is about the news. I don't know if it's good news that, you know, we have a experienced scientists and doctors that are from Nigeria. The question is, what are the obstacles, if any, that is stopping them from collaborating with scientists and doctors in Nigeria so that local solutions can be found for local problems that we have in Nigeria? Are there obstacles, and how can we surmount those obstacles? Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. That's a really great question, especially because it's been found out all over the world that wherever you have Nigerian scientists, whether in Nigeria or elsewhere, they are people of high excellence. And that they actually are the pace setters in science everywhere in the world, regardless of where they are. But somehow, the process in Nigeria, the way it works is a little bit different from the way it works in diaspora. Because of that difference, there is some challenge in engagement that requires that people are in constant communication and they develop common experiences together. For example, the system in Nigeria is fraught with challenges that are not outside in diaspora. Foremost of them is electricity. But foremost of these issues and challenges is the very nature of Nigeria, the structure of Nigeria, the way it is. And then you have electricity and other infrastructural issues. And then the way people see things. For example, in Nigeria, the tendency is to want to go religious and to go to, different kinds of people to provide succor or relief for things that are actually empirical, that are allopathic, that need to be addressed from that standpoint. And what is happening in the diaspora is that a lot of what is there is allopathic. And so when I'm saying O and you are saying R, we have to understand each other before we can even get the O and the R to understand what each one means. And that is the key challenge. That's why I'm saying it's not an obstacle. It's a challenge that if we decide we're going to deal with it, we will handle it. I'll give you an example. The world learned from Nigeria about how to deal with Ebola. The world, I'm going to repeat it again, the world learned from Nigeria about how to deal with Ebola, such that within 24 hours, when the Intex case appeared in Nigeria, Dr. Adadevo and her team in Lagos shut down the spread of that virus, and so saved hundreds of millions of people. Everybody went to Nigeria to find out how it happened. And within 24 hours, social media had been deployed to inform and to educate people. And so they shut it down. The thing is that when you now go through the systems, for example, you want to go through the university to do something, then you are going to find other issues that are not necessarily related to that thing becoming challenges because people are not necessarily experienced with that kind of engagement. And they may be experienced with it outside the country, but when they get inside the country, the way it is applied is a bit different. And if you have not heard, you may soon be hearing from people at home. When you make a proposal or you bring up an idea, they will say it does not work like that here in Nigeria. I hope that answers your question.
Can I add a little bit?
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Gomi,
Yes, you can ask your question, sir.
I want to be bold and say that a fundamental challenge is endemic corruption. Corruption in all shapes and forms, reaching into all nooks and crannies of society. We cannot afford to not mention that. A doctor wants to do something, needs a little bit of infrastructure to do it. The doctor is not the senior member of the hospital or the senior member of the medical school. The amount of tedium you have to go through to get some permission to even do something elementary, just to get some of the equipment to do some of the very elementary things that occur to you, which elementary as they are may be fundamental to cure. We are full of too many strata
of permissions to do X, Y, and Z, and the permissions are not always granted free of charge. There's always something you have to give in order to do that. We need a change in the way we do things. That change is fundamental. It has us, well, there may be something to with the doctor and the engineer, and the pharmacist and what have you, but fundamentally, society has been arranged in such a way that it is very difficult to begin. How can you end something that you cannot begin?
Thank you, sir. Can I quickly add something to you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I was just wondering if, it's not just what you have articulated, we have a president of a people of almost 200 million that chooses to go abroad for physical checkup. So I think, another reason, it's a leadership challenge. If you have to fly out before you, just because you can, how do you expect, the medical something program in Nigeria to be given, the needed attention? But unfortunately, our people that should change that were already frustrated, and understandably, nobody wants to be part of that kind of system anymore, because it's a shame in my mind that one has to fly abroad to meet most likely Nigerian doctors that should do medical checkup for you when you can spend substantial amount of money to take care of your medical facility. I think it's a shame. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, let me add this. Don't be surprised that Buhari will be in London to meet a Nigerian doctor. If it's a Yoruba or Igbo doctor, there is a likelihood that he will not trust them. And then he will actually, even taking the question of trust aside, he will probably ask for a European doctor or a Caucasian doctor. That is the level. It's not just in the medical field. This is the most embarrassing thing to own up to. We have Filipinos going to Nigeria, Indians going to Nigeria, engineers, or even contractors, even people without university education going there and telling us or coming back that, why are you guys here? Because there's a lot of money to be made in your country. You walk with an Indian high school leaver, and you, an engineer or a professor or whatever it is your field, walk into any of the establishment, he will walk out with a contract before nobody will even look at you. That is how ridiculous it has been. The system is geared, not that they think you are incompetent, no. People will rather trust an outsider who would take the money out of the system and put it in their accounts abroad, and who will not be able to, talk to other people about how much money they have made. So a lot of people are going around the country without jobs, without contracts, while foreigners are flocking into the country and going away with the money. Not only in the medical, in the engineering, in every facet. In fact, somebody was making a point about Dangote refinery. Even the refinery is building in Lagos. It has more Indian workers than Nigerians. So you wonder what kind of society we are building. And we wonder why you have terrorism, why you have kidnapping, why you have robbery, why you have all these are all byproduct of lack of employment.
Thank you. We have this already controversial topic to deal with today. And we're starting with one controversy, that is Yoruba Gbode. I'm very grateful to all of my wise elders here. But before I go to that topic, I heard you are talking, relax, take it easy, I'm coming. So I'm going to call my atokun, I'm going to call my Atokun because he wants to say something before we go to the main topic of today.
Thank you.
You gotta
Thank
chill,
you,
man.
Thank you, Olotu. I wanted to ask a question from our epidemiologist, Professor Ekundayo, about the relevance of those therapeutics like Regeneron, infectimizine, and all those things as related to the vaccine itself. Because few people got the vaccine initially, the first, either the first or the second one, have one kind of reaction or the other. But for anybody that have never been infected with COVID or that rely on using those therapeutics, what is the sense of urgency that he will need that will push him to go and take the vaccine rather than just relying on those therapeutics? Number one. The second one is that we find out that most of these vaccines that are discovered among your colleagues, there are a lot of information that we have that most of our people from African descent perform a greater role in the development of most of these vaccines, but their name was silenced. Does you guys, your own community, your professional community does not have a group to promote yourself among this? Because most of these colonialists, they like to put some, if it will be like all this what Dr. Fauci is saying on the TV, there are many of you that we have talked to one-on-one like you that have better solution on the way to prevent the pandemic or to mitigate the pandemic than what he said today and change his mind tomorrow. And because is it the cause of the color of the Black people, or what can we call it among your people? Because if I'm in that group, I will expect them to promote my work and for me to be outside there more than any of these Neanderthals, so to say.
Thank you very much, Atokun. Let me start with the Regeneron, remdesivir, and all those other medications and drugs that are used to treat the disease. That's different from preventing the disease. Treating the disease means the person already has the virus, and the virus has actively begun to degrade their body, their systems, and everything. So Regeneron and all those other immune what we call globulin-based treatments, what they do is that they act like something that will go and stop the condition from degenerating or becoming more severe inside the body after the virus has been there and the person is already sick. So if you are going to have blood clot inside your lungs, it's going to reduce the amount of it that's going to take place. That is why at the earlier stages, earlier, say around June, July, you would have heard about people giving people who have had COVID and recovered, giving blood so that when a person now has COVID, they give that blood to them and the thing stops the disease, because those people who have been infected and who survived it have developed antibodies.
Antibodies, okay.
Yeah, Regeneron is one of those types of antibodies, but this one is, Regeneron is sometimes artificially made. So that is why that one is like that. Remdesivir, for example, it kills the virus inside the body, but you still have to add, because the viral load becomes lower when you kill the virus, the rate, the virulence with which the disease is taking place is reduced. Now, when that is reduced, the body is more likely to recover, or at least more likely to recover without the person progressing to death, and all those kinds of things. So those ones are that. Now, vaccine is different. What vaccine is doing is that before the virus gets inside you, to even be able to cause any disease at all, you have created a condition in your body that is similar to what the virus would have caused, and got your body to respond to it, so that your body now develops those antibodies as if you had been sick before. That is why after you take your first dose, you feel some pain, you feel a little bit of fever and all that. When you get your second dose, it gets heightened because your body is now able to react strongly and provide a lot of antibodies. So in this case, what happens is that when you take the vaccine, you're actually preparing your body. So when the virus comes in, it shuts it down. You don't go towards now needing remdesivir because the virus itself will not be able to multiply in your body at all. So it's a difference before it gets in there or after it gets in. After it gets in there is Regeneron, remdesivir, and all those things. Before it gets in there is vaccination. Now, with regard to the other ones on Neanderthals, and that's what Mrs. Iwini Lomo has said about. We have one controversial issue on the table now, and this is one of the fundamental controversial issues that actually governs a lot of the other issues that we're dealing with in the world today. And that is the issue of what race is interacting with one race, what race, and how are the races interacting. The thing is that the difference is between love and hate. In hate, there is competition. In love, there is symbiosis. Now, in nature, competition ends up in destruction. Because when one thing destroys the other, it takes it out of the ecology, out of the ecosystem. The ecosystem is designed so that everything supports others. So when you take that support out, the one that seems to have been successful or victorious is now more vulnerable to not having that other one around. Okay. So parasitism and symbiosis. Parasitism always leads to the destruction of the host first, and then the pathogen itself dies because it cannot live without the host. So it's about death, death, and death. And that's what you see in the religions, in the economies, among the various races. And a lot of people have this idea that we are all one human race. I think there's a need to redefine. Research has also already shown that 2 to 12% of European genes and all others who are not true, pure 100% are Neanderthal. The difference between chlorophyll in green leaves and hemoglobin in your blood, which is red, is just the type of iron, whether it's ferrous or ferric iron.
Okay.
That is only the difference between the two. So you don't need a lot of difference in order to show that you are truly different in biological existence. So, but all of those politics, all of those things started about 500 years ago. And they have been about competition. So some of the humanoid race have already gone into extinction because of that competition. Some are still in existence. But one thing that we have found out is that humans tend to think in kernels. They tend to think in kernels. Like when you see how blockchain works, you see that blockchain is a very, 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 very
complicated,
primitive form of kernel thinking. Very, very, very primitive. Humans think in kernels. And how you begin to see that in their communication is when you begin to see Owe, proverbs, Aroba, all kinds of things, and their forms of expressions begin to take the form of whole loads of data. For example, I say, Obon Lagun, you are a new J. You are talking about pictures, you are talking about systems, you are talking about interactions. A picture is worth 1,000,000 words. So what's an interaction or an experience worth? 1,000,000 pictures? It wouldn't even get close to it. So you are talking in terms of how we communicate. And we have found out that genetically, chemically, we found out that genetically, the true humans are Black Africans. And until we begin to realize that and come back to who we are, then a lot of the things that we think are either Western or Eastern that are actually ours will be out of our reach. And we have to work through that. Now, the thing is, there is what we call variation in populations. Among the human population, there are those who tend towards Neanderthal because they have been influenced toward it one way or the other, either genetically or in terms of how their minds have been programmed. All our minds have been subject to program by Neanderthals for a long time. That's why you have what the Americans, African Americans have identified as Willie Lynch chip, fear, distrust, and envy. That is the opposite of love, trust, and working with one another, which humans usually use. You love one another, you trust one another, and you work together to make life better for everybody. That is what Omoluabi does. That is why we have the word Omoluabi, which cannot be really translated in English.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Baba Shampana, thank you so much. We left that area and we are going deeper and deeper and deeper into philosophy. I'm going to take the last question on that segment from Professor Moyosore Okediji. Baba Okediji, you are here. Please unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you so very much. And thank you for all of the incredible information that we've been having today from our incredible medical practitioners. My question actually builds on the last question. How does one, as a Black person, navigate the medical system in the United States in a way that doesn't injure you, that doesn't actually complicate whatever your problem might be? Because I have so many people so many Africans who are really scared of getting medical treatment because of the situation here in the United States.
Thank you so much. Prof. Enleo, Eku Joko.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for being on the show. Let me say this. If you look at why we, especially Nigerians, have been so successful in the United States when we are here, usually when we come here, we start at the bottom. It doesn't matter what you come with, you've got to start somewhere at the bottom. And really at the bottom, where if you were a doctor, you'll be taking care of the developmentally disabled and cleaning their clothes and washing their clothes and cooking for them, right? Yes. And then you move from there and eventually you become a professor in a university, or you become a well-established doctor somewhere, or an engineer or an architect, or this types of thing. You will notice that there were certain kinds of skills that you had. One of them are the social skills of what you call de-escalation, social skills of de-escalation. Those social skills of de-escalation include things like when people say things that you know are really offensive, you just laugh, ha, 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 ha. You see what I'm saying? Because then it disarms them. It makes them to back down because they see you as a threat. But also as important, which Nigerians are very, very known or notorious for in the United States and even in Britain, is that Nigerians are very well armed with information. So even if they don't know, they ask around. They ask people around, they ask the people they know and all that, and they get the information. So when they're in front of the desk and talking to someone whose objective is obviously to shut them out. They just bring information out that nullifies that something, that their attempt. So they give you the information. The other thing is, in order to navigate, when you know, you prepare before you go, meaning that you take all their reasons for wanting to shut you out. Like, you don't have this, you don't have that, you have not done this, you have to go and do this first, and they would give you a run around. But you've already done the run around. So when they say that, you just present them with the information and say, I have this, I have that, I have that. That shuts all that out completely. Mm-hmm. I remember there was a Black doctor in in Indianapolis, just about 2 months ago, or 3 months, or sometime around December, who died of COVID-19 because in the same hospital where she was treating patients and she was trying to discuss with them her condition, they started treating her like a piece of nothing, and she died there. Yes. Even though she put it on YouTube, she put it around and everything. Yes. And in my own case, I actually had a direct experience. But what I eventually, because I was trying to discuss other options rather than just give me mucolytics. That's something that removes mucus from your system when you are coughing. Rather than just do that, I was trying to tell them this is that. They just refused. They were just giving me mucolytics. I was in the emergency room. They were giving me mucolytics that I know was not the condition of that COVID thing. Mm. I wasn't producing mucus. Mm. So what I did was to tell the doctor, first of all, to ask for the doctor to be changed. And then when the doctor came, the doctor started saying, you are hostile, you are this and that and that and that and that and that. I'm going to discharge you because you have been uncooperative, this, that. I said, yes, you can do that, but I will write you up with the medical board. Mm-hmm. And that stopped him completely. They had to get me other doctors who were now willing to give me steroids to stop the, what we call the cytokine storm, to stop that inflammatory process that was killing me, that was beginning to create these clots in my lungs. You see? But if I didn't know that, if I didn't know what I needed to do and know what I can do, then it would have been a different thing. So that's why I said, go prepared, know how to de-escalate, smiling, laughing, and everything. Whilst you are smiling and laughing, you are passing by and moving on to your next level because you have your own goals ahead of you. So the way to navigate a system that is hostile to you is to know the system well and to learn to de-escalate the system if somebody is trying to escalate and not get caught up emotionally in it. I hope that addresses some of your question a little bit.
Very much so, sir. Thank you so very much. Appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Olubenga. That reminds me of a story that somebody told me a long time ago. He was talking about the Black and the white people and the things that we go through. So he was telling the story of a monkey that, a donkey that the owner has used for some years. The owner has maltreated the donkey for so years. So at the end of the day, he decided, it's like, you're useless. I'm just going to bury you alive. So he dug the grave and threw the donkey there. After some time, they started putting the sand just to bury the donkey. But guess what? When they put a heap on top of the donkey shake it off and use it to climb up. They put another one there, he shook it up and he got another step up. The more they put the sand, the more step the donkey got to step up. So they said they will put all kind of dust on us, but we should shake it off and use it to climb up. On that note, I'm going to call, I'm going to go to the business of the day. Isn't that interesting? After 1:30 minutes. So we are going to the business of the day. It's the history of Nigeria between 1446 and 1946 and 1966, 20 years. Before I do that, let me call one of our Ojogbon. Let me call one of our Ojogbon here. She's with us now, and I'm going to introduce her. Yeye Shoyinka. You are unmuted. Please let them know that you are here.
Ẹ káàsán, mo kí gbogbo yín, mo dẹ̀ ti gbádùn àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ ìlera tí a ti ń sọ láti ìgbà tá a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀.
Thank you, ma. So today, because of the importance of the topic, we want our other people to enjoy, and I can see some of them already on the Yoruba Gbode. Our other people that don't speak Yoruba, we want to give them the opportunity to enjoy this topic. Before I go to introduce the topic again, let me take this opportunity to announce to our people that Yoruba class with Yoruba Gbode is going on. We have finished with one level, we are doing another level. You can come in, you can bring your child, or you can bring your spouse as a beginner. It's a rolling admission. Call Yoruba Gbode number so you can get the form to register and be part of this good news. The good and the beauty of a Yoruba person is everybody around you should be able to speak this noble language. So we want to see what happened during that period. Who are the people that were prominent at that time? And how did what happened then is affecting us now? What are the bases for comparison between what happened then and what is happening now? So the first person that I'm going to call is Baba Banji Ayiloge. Baba Banji Ayiloge. It started with, I'm going to start with Clifford Constitution. So what was in Clifford Constitution? And why is it that after the Clifford Constitution, people now start to compare the Clifford Constitution with the Richards Constitution?
Well, the last time we discussed up to Clifford Constitution, and we were about to start the, we actually mentioned some things about the Clifford. However, the contrast of the Richard Constitution to the Clifford is that it was an improvement on the 1922 Constitution, that is the Richard Constitution. And greater consideration was actually placed on the opinion of Nigerians, because nationalists and everybody, were not satisfied, with the Clifford Constitution, and they criticized it as something imposed on them, as something that the colonialists did not consult. They don't consult them. And so there were so many agitations for consultation, for instance, that if this constitution were to be is supposed to be operated by Africans, so how come we were shut off? The representation was so minuscule, and we should have been consulted. And it's the most important, or let me say the beginning of the demarcation of the country into 3 regions actually started in 1946, even with the Richard. I mean, with the Richard Constitution. You know, you have the North, you have the East, and then you have the West. That was the beginning of the, when people now say, oh, true federalism, that was the beginning of a federal setup. The fissure, the federal fissure actually took place, you know, starting from the Richard. You have one council, which was in the whole country. Then the regions had their own assemblies. In the North, there were bicameral. I mean, I want you to follow. In the North, there was a bicameral. What do I mean? There were 2 layers of legislative bodies in the North. Whereas in the East and the West, there was a unicameral assembly, in which case you can see, even from the beginning, even from that early stage, you've seen the way that the country was being set up. But then, was it a good thing to have the division into 3 regions? Some will argue that why the East, I mean, why not, we had East and, I mean, the North and South before. Now all of a sudden you have the East, you have the West, and then you have the whole Northern region, as if the North was a whole entity belonging to one ethnic group. The West was one, let's say the West was largely the Yoruba enclave. However, you still have some minorities when you go to the eastern part, I mean the Midwestern area. In the East, it's the same thing. As you go to the East, as you move to the center, you have the Jaws, the Shakiris, and all those things all around those belts. However, this did not preclude the colonialists from cutting the country into just 3. Whereas in the North, the whole of the Middle Belt are not, you know, they have nothing in common, for instance, with those in the far North. Yet we have 3 regions. But one of the things we are dealing with today is the fact that we want the federal system. As we go on, you will discover there have been an improvement up to the independent, but I just want to emphasize that. Let me look at my notes briefly. Now, there were greater participation of Nigerians in the federal or in the central legislative bodies too. As we go on, we will be able to tell you how many people, how many Africans were there, how many others. Also, it recognized the diversity of the country. You know, like you have the East, the West, then you have, you know, all those areas. So the last time also, I remember Dr. Adeboye mentioned the indirect rule. The indirect rule also was incorporated into that constitution. Indirect rule means that in the North, largely, the emirs were ruling, and they preserved the rule of the emirs and all their leaders there. And indirect is that the British are not directly, they're ruling through them. I mean, that's what indirect rule is. Not like they are not scuttling all the local rulers to say, well, we don't want you anymore. And the same thing in the South, but the level of success of indirect rule have been debated also, where in some areas it was a failure, complete failure. But in the North that are used to that kind of system, it was successful to some extent. And so when you look at the 1946 Constitution, it was actually as a result of the pressure given to Bodilon. Bodilon was the governor of the country at that time. It was the pressure given to him by the nationalists that actually gave birth to the Richard Constitution. Let me pause at that and see whether others have anything to say.
If I may piggyback what you just said, sir.
Yes.
Because as a young man, looking at the issue, looking down at the litany of constitutions that we've had from time, you can only but notice as a young man like myself that there is nothing new under the sun. That we are clamoring for a constitution that people were not present when it was being formulated. And we're talking about that in 2021, as they talked about it during Lugad's, during Clifford's, when Bodilon was doing it, abandoned it, and then Clifford finished it, and then Richards and all of that. So it's very interesting to note that we have always been handed documents that we have nothing, that the people have nothing to do with. They have absolutely no intake, no idea. No, it's just handed over to them. Lugard gave them something that they sat down and declared that this is how we're going to govern you. Though we had they had people who were personalities and some obas in Yoruba land who could not even speak English, and they were advisors. They could not even participate in the council, in the legislative council. And then the likes of Shakpara Williams and all of that started fighting and saying, how dare you do this to us? And then he left, and then this man came and was a slight improvement on what Lugard had done, just a slight lip service improvement on that. And that is, it's interesting that we've had that up to 1999, sir.
Yes, it's Professor Gbode.
Baba Banji Ayiloge, when you rest a little bit, I would like to give the baton to Baba Adeboye.
Yes, by all means, yes.
Okay, Baba Adenira Adeboye. So we are talking about Clifford Constitution moving forward to Richard Constitution. Is there any difference? Is there any is there any correction?
No, not so much correction, but illumination of some sort. The Clifford Constitution wasn't designed for just Nigeria. Clifford Constitution was designed for British West Africa.
Yes.
When the capital, the place where they were ruling from was not Lagos. It was sometimes Accra, it was sometimes Freetown. So that the real constitution that we got Richard Constitution, was actually the first constitution that was targeted to what they called Nigeria, whereas the other one Clifford applied to Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and the Gambia. Second thing, as Omobasadas brought up, there has never, not ever, been a constitution in Nigeria that sought the people's approval. No process submitted the constitution proposed to a referendum for acceptance by the people. I'm not saying that if it had been submitted, it would have been infinitely successful because the constitutions were written in the language of the governed, not in the language of the, well, in the language of the governors, not in the language of the governed. So it was impossible to actually call something we the people when the people were never participants in any way or form in writing that constitution. Such lying, such deceit already started what they call Nigeria, the amalgamation. At the amalgamation in 1914, everybody there except 3 Obas who did not know what was going on and did not sign any document. All the people at the amalgamation were Europeans led by Frederick Lugard and a number of Obas that were just there for symbol purposes. They don't understand what is going on. They don't speak English. They don't do any of that. Yet today they are going to tell us that these people were signatories to the amalgamation. That falsehood goes well with the bigger agenda of how to capture a people, govern them, subdue them, subject them, and with all the positive, with all the negative implications for the future. The Kabiosi attitude that colonialism fostered was later on inherited by our own dealers. Some people call them leaders. Most of them were dealers. I mean, you just scramble the word leader and you get dealers. The reality on the ground is that they were dealing for themselves to become the new governors, so to speak, but they never really emerged beyond being plantation overseers. Because the continuation of colonialism in one shape or form is still with us. In 1947, based upon whatever the Richard Constitution looked like and whatever improvement it was on the Clifford Constitution for West Africa, Obafemi Awolowo wrote Path to Nigerian Freedom. And he wrote that in it that Nigeria was a geographical expression. It was not a nation. You don't look at Nigeria as a nation. The Yoruba word for nation is orile-ede. We do not speak the same language. It was a putting together of areas of spheres of influence that was already initiated in 1914 and that continued, shall I say it today? If we are going to resolve our issues in any meaningful way, we are going to have to know where we started, how we continued, and how we got to where we are now. It was not until 1950 at Ibadan that for the first time that representatives of Nigeria's peoples were put together in Ibadan to discuss the future. And that is what bred the Macpherson Constitution.
Thank you. So moving forward, I wanted to find out about I wanted you, our wise men to...
And women?
Our wise men and women.
All of us.
Yeah, understands me. So
yeah. Our Nobel laureate without a beard.
Tóbìnrin bá pẹ́ nílé ọkọ á dàjẹ́. Tóbìnrin bá pẹ́ nílé ọkọ á dàjẹ́ ni.
Well, which means pé ẹ fẹ́ máa pè wọ́n ní ọkùnrin kọ́ nìyẹn.
Yeah.
Mi ò lè pè wọ́n ní wise.
Why is it that ọkùnrin ò bí obìnrin?
Ṣé mo rí pé obìnrin àjẹ́ tiẹ̀ ní wá tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ kò
sí. And I like that. Come on, Jemo.
Torí tá bá fi ti yín ṣe ìyẹn ọwọ́ lẹ́mọ́.
Ìyẹn nìkan kọ́.
So I want you to enlighten us about this legislative council. What was the purpose of the Legislative Council. And did he achieve the purpose? I'm going to start from Yeye Shoyinka.
Yeah, well, I have little to say, but just a couple of words on the previous conversation. And that is that, you know, we're talking of the Clifford Constitution, but we know that what is the colonial project in the first place?
Yeah.
Is to exploit the resources that they found on our land. They didn't care about the people. The only way they referred to the people was to say that we didn't even exist. We did not have history before they came. So the Constitution in the various forms, and starting with the amalgamation of 1914, was to serve them, was to serve their own purpose, is how to show appearances that, and so when they brought this Constitution, it's like, oh, we are now introducing democracy. These people did not have democracy before. They didn't have any form of government. But what is democracy without representation? So number one, the Constitution served them. Number two, they pretended they were bringing democracy, which was false. What they had in mind was to exploit. And when they defined colonialism, it was like they didn't find people in these areas that they occupied. And so when they met the people became inconvenienced. And so they did all they could to deny, to denigrate the people and deny our sense of identity as a people. But what they did not realize was that, well, in a sense, so we took a bit from there, okay? Used their argument against them and said, you say you brought us democracy. Who voted for you? Who asked you to represent us? Mm-hmm. And then in that, okay, so it's like, so you found us out. So it's not really, okay, you want, and so the struggle for independence started. And then, so they were working towards this very reluctantly, because around that time also, I think the oil reserves in the Delta area were already being discovered, although they didn't have the full cognition of what, how profitable it would be, but they knew that it was something, it was black gold. So the attempt to, or the pretense to say they gave us independence was also half-hearted. And so was the Legislative Council that they said they formed. It was to put people who would be more compliant to their wishes in place. And they had this, what I would call power affinity with the feudal oligarchy in the North, because they knew, so they had that empathy with them, because they knew that the Fulani oligarchy in the North was not representative either. It was dominating the Hausas. So that empathy, that affinity with the feudal system worked well in their favor. So they preferred the domination of the North over the rest of the South, because they call the Southerners agitators to know, how do they term it here in the US? I say, that white people use for Black people. There's a term I'm blanking on. Yeah, but then they say that these Southerners, they know too much. They too know, And so they wouldn't allow them to allow the exploitation and all the legal maneuvers and all the democratic appearances to go on. So I think that sort of structured or gave the background to the Legislative Council that we were given.
Thank you. Thank you, Yeye. So my next question still on the Legislative Council. Baba Adeboye, do you think the Legislative Council that they did during that time set out really to divide us for good purpose, or it's just to divide us and see who could be their victim, who they can use? What was the purpose of the Legislative Council, the way it is made up? Is it in good faith? That is number one. So how did it end up at the end of the day?
The Professor Soyinka's essentially captured everything. Let us go back to the fact that Ifeta Fadie Odinu Kokoja Kapaje. The real reason for whatever colonialism became, you have to go all the way back to 1500s or even late 1400s, when a Catholic priest called Father Las Casas was very empathetic with the abuse that American originals or aborigines were being subjected to, and proposed to the Holy Roman Empire that they should go to Africa and catch slaves and use them here. That's a Catholic priest. And they started that by 1519, there were slaves in this hemisphere, not necessarily in North America, but in the Latin America. It might take another 100 years before they came to the United States, but the point of the matter is, everything standing in the way of whatever was of benefit to them was to be managed. Management of such things, especially when slavery was no longer profitable, management of such things was now colonialism, imperial. I don't like using the word colonial because it almost sounds like they're going to settle. It was imperialism direct. And so the idea of amalgamation in 1914 and the things that followed amalgamation in Nigeria and whatever they did in Ghana and Sierra Leone is, what kind of management system are we going to have so that we can get out what we want? Get out what we want. And there are the fact that the church missionary society was a tool in colonialism, but for a different reason, created the Ajayi crowders of this world. I always want to talk about the crowd of Ajayi crowder, which included Reverend T.B. Macaulay and a whole bunch of other people, and Sakwara Williams and all of that. When those people, no matter how much they cozied up to some English culture, they couldn't shed their own Yoruba culture completely. So they became hybrid. And hybrid necessarily meant a little more progress for the way that we are managed from our own standpoint, not from the British standpoint. But progress from our own standpoint means that they have to figure out a management. Unlike Northern Nigeria, where the emir was everything, you rule the people of Northern region by just ruling the emirs. In the South, it was different. In the South, it was different. And therefore, all these constitutions that we are talking about, and I hate to continue bringing us back there, but Professor Soyinka already said in so many words, because the Legislative Council in Lagos was a bunch of hand-picked people. Handpicked because they had distinguished themselves in some way. A lawyer, a doctor, a this, a that. So if you are going to be dealing with them and you want a version of indirect rule, you choose the eminent people among them, some Oba, some lawyer, some this, and constitute a council that had no power. There was nothing the Legislative Council could do if the governor or lieutenant governor didn't approve it. They were just a kind of advisory council. So to be asking what did the Legislative Council achieve is to be asking how much of what they suggested did the governor find worthy. And that went on until 1950. Just a second. I am at a meeting. I will call you back. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I guess what I'm saying is that until 1950, we cannot be asking what the people achieved. In 1948 or thereabout, Nnamdi Azikiwe and a number of people are thinking that they had some instrument to fight with, went to England to argue more for some liberalization of the Richard's Constitution. Among them they were all essentially members of the cultural organization called the NCNC at that time. H.O. Davis was among them, and Mrs. Ransom Kuti was among them. Folaba will know this more than I do. but the point I'm making is that created whatever they were looking for in England, they didn't get, and they came back disagreeing among themselves about how money was managed. So if the British were going to manage the situation so that they would continue to get what they wanted to get, they had to call a meeting about 1950. And it was that meeting in 1950 that pointed the way to the establishment of the Macpherson Constitution. All your legislative council, your this council, your that council, they were just appearances. I don't even think that people thought about democracy for Nigeria. If you were thinking democracy, as Professor Yuka said, you have a representative democracy. I mean, democracy by definition has to be representative. I mean, or if it's not Greek democracy in a place smaller than Akriboto, then it will have to be a representative governance. And that didn't happen until we had any meaningful election in 1951-52.
Okay, Baba Adeboye, before you go, and I want you and Baba Ayiloge to kind of, support each other on this question.
He's the historian, no? He's the historian, no? I'm just saying.
No, you are doing a marvelous job, both Dr. Adeboye and Dr. Ajayi. You are doing it. You see, I'm reclined on my seat.
Okay. Somebody told me that I should just throw the question to Baba Bandi Ayiloge. Now, Baba Bandi Ayiloge. Maybe you shouldn't have said recline. So now, what was the situation between 1946 with the situation of with the Legislative Council and all that? What was the situation with people around that time. And then the important figures that were around, what were they doing? So what exactly led to the 1920s?
You see, I know the confusion of some of us who are younger, and we understand these terms, legislative bodies and all those. You see, there was not such legislative bodies like the two speakers had said. For instance, these so-called legislative bodies were consultative.
Mm-hmm.
There was no decision out of there. They were advisory and consultative. So who are you advising? The person that's a low-level government official from Britain was sent here, and then you have all these people. Look, I said something earlier on, which was the fact that the 1946 Constitution was much more, they consulted people. I mean, people were more involved. That was their own view. I wanted to throw that, you know, so that I can hammer on it. But luckily, the two speakers picked on that. What happened was that when the agitation was just too much from the nationalists, they will pick a few people and incorporate them into all these assemblies. They are not doing anything. I mean, look, it's going on right now, like she said. I mean, like Adeyinka said also, it's still going on. Look at the what is this that Obasanjo set up and then Jonathan set up? National Conference. Even drafting the Constitution in 1979, the government handpicked some people, and the 1979, when you look at it now, it was just that our leaders or our political leaders were in a hurry. They should have rejected. The government picked almost half of them. That was the time Rotimi Williams and others were incorporated. Awolowo was said to come and serve. Awolowo declined. Then they said these are constitution drafting committees and they are supposed to come back and draft constitution for us. Even at the last moment, even without consultation with the ruling armed forces, Obasanjo just changed some of the provisions of the Constitution. And our people are too laid back. When some of us speak passionately about some of these things, they say, oh, you have been, what do they say? Yeah, the people have been emotional. Why wouldn't you? You should be passionate about some of these things. Do we want representation, or do we want people? This has been coming up. The Richard Constitution, even McPherson's Constitution, the Legislative Council, both in the federal and in the regional assemblies, most of them were just consultative, and they had no bearing to the life of the people. And when you know the history, now, Adeyinka was actually pointed out something to us when he was saying that even up to now, to 1999 Constitution,
yes,
it looks like that is exactly what happened now. When you look at the fact that there was a pact between the British and the Fulanis that they were going to hand over to them, and they manipulated both the geography. Look at the map of Nigeria. A chunk of the southern areas was actually through plebiscite sent into other countries. And then they rigged the population, they rigged the election, they rigged everything, and handed us over to them. How many of you have seen the video of the last election? The last election, underage children across Niger, across Chad, voted in another part of the country.
Yes.
They don't do accreditation like we do in the southern part. They just have all these mass voters card and give it to them, and they just go and vote.
The
And
same
what
way
is
they
going
can't
on
take
now?
it out.
What is going on now is the fact that they see the deficit in population. Nigeria is a land given to them by whoever did that, I don't know, but Udman had a dream that that was a place for Fulanis. And he came, he conquered part of it. Now they want to continue. And I want you to actually think about this. Some of the people engaged in terrorism now, without even knowing the historical context, had actually enlightened us on the greater plan to subjugate the indigenous people in Nigeria. They said during the last election, during the 2015 election, they were promised to come to Nigeria. They were invited to come to Nigeria, either to vote or to fight if the national government would not be turned over to them. And the promise was that they were going to build housing for them. They were going to give them money. They were going to give them education. No, they're tired of roaming around the desert. Now, after all that happened, nothing had been done. So they intend to now help themselves. That's why you have all these mayhem unleashed on the indigenous people. First of all, the Southern Kaduna, all of them in the Middle Belt have been bearing the brunt, but they need more. The money is actually in the southern part. So they come, they take you by, they kidnap, they extort, and they are carrying out, and that is why the federal government has been unable to come out with a plan I mean, what do you do? Now, if they tip their hand, they are going to be much more, ferocious in attacking the federal government. So since it's their collective plan, you will now know that if a Fulani man after killing the whole village is caught and dealt with, the federal government will quickly talk, but they won't talk all the time they've been killing people in the village or in the towns. You have to be able to make connection with history. History started, look, in 1999, Abu Salam took the constitution that was actually written for Abacha and fine-tuning and said, this is what we're gonna get. Everybody said 9 months was too short for this. He said, no, that's what I'm gonna do because the overall plan is, so don't let them get settled. There should be no national conference. There should be no other constitution written. Just impose that because this is what we want. And it's working. We all completely take it. Now, in 2023, it's going to repeat itself. In 1946, Richard came and incorporated some people. We all said, smile. We said, at least some of our people are there. Mm-hmm. When the Macpherson Constitution came, we have a whole regional assembly. We have the bicameral assembly in the north and some other areas. And in the center, it was actually a full legislative body. Even though any decision made in those assemblies could easily be overruled by the governor that was not even elected by us. So we all say, oh, after all, they put some of us here. And this is why I highlighted the fact that from 1946, they just appear by putting some people, it's a cosmetic thing, they put some people in government. And we all dance, we dance to, we celebrate the fact that Omawati Wambe. And then it continues.
By 1999, that was what we did. Somebody was arguing with me recently. He said it was the Yoruba because they compensated you. They didn't compensate Yoruba, but they deceived the Yorubas, and the gullible ones among us, you know, fell for that. If they want, have you ever, I mean, think about this. If you wrong some people, the Yorubas were wronged, right? And you want them to come to power. Do you force one, especially the one they hate most? Do you force that one on top on them? No. Olufalaye scored 96% of the votes of the Yorubas during that election. 96%. If you're going to have one of us to compensate us, wouldn't you at least listen to us and say, look, bring your best? And throughout Obasanjo's 2 terms, not even the road leading to Ota was actually repaired.
Yeah.
But look at what is going on now. Most of the roads in the South are terrible because those in power, anything about roads in the southern part is viewed as a southern project. I was a reporter in the 70s. When the electricity was becoming a problem, when you talk to a northern politician, you say, "Oh no, that's a Lagos, that's southern problem." When you say electricity, we have to do something. No, we don't have that problem in the north. They didn't until the whole thing collapsed, and now everybody is going through the same thing because in their mind, if you have electricity in the southern part of the country and it's not flickering out all the time, it's stable. From Lagos to Arochukwu will be industrialized in 10 years. Not through government money, but through private capital. But now, even Yorubas who used to invest in industry don't want to do that anymore. They run through their money, they go into trading because there is no point. At Ibadan, the Oditola tires and all those things, where are they on today? They deliberately want to destroy the South and impose and bring us back to 300 years before now. Our civilization has never been in this kind of shape before. And yet we say, well, I hear some people say, well, if they can give it to one of us. Obasanjo was there for 12 years, including the 3.5 military years. What has been the result to an average? In fact, Obasanjo had an empowered more Igbos during his 8-year term than Yoruba. Name a Yoruba man that was on. From Okojo-Iweala to Soludo, those are Obasanjo's boys. So when you look at all these things, I want every Yoruba man, and this is why we say it is very, I misspoke on that. Every Yoruba man and woman, including Dr. Ajayi, so every one of us must now look at history critically and say we are better off. We are better off on our own to shatter our future. This is what we've been done. Yoruba had always carried Nigeria on their shoulders. Of all the major ethnic groups in Nigeria, only Yoruba has never said we are leaving.
Until now.
Until now.
Now, yeah.
And somebody had been saying it. And never Yoruba said they are going, that is the end of the country. And we are hoping it will be.
True.
On that note,
well, talking about,
go ahead. But I just wanted to ask you to add the outcome of 1950 conference and what exactly led to the formation of Ibadan People's Party. If you can add that to whatever you want to say.
Okay. There will be one of those questions that I'm not going to be able to answer fully. But since we talk about electricity, Professor Ajayi and I actually worked with ECN in 1969.
Oh, wow.
Right? No, because in those days, Electricity Corporation of Nigeria.
I know.
ECN.
Yeah. Right there at on the marina. We designed. There was a place called the Commercial Department. That's where Professor Ajayi and I worked, and we designed the budget for electricity consumption in Nigeria all across. We had places called Area A, where there was plenty of industrialization like Jos and Lagos, and we had Area B, Area C, and we also made rules about people not having to buy poles. I remember all of this vividly because the statistical officers and that kind of thing were in charge. Ilumoka, do you remember Ilumoka? That was our that was the head of the commercial.
Yeah, I think I remember.
Yeah, but principally, we were working for Nigeria. It's funny. I was a lecturer at University of Lagos, and some of the engineers who took math courses with me were now working at ECN. And we had a transmission, electromagnetism. We had transmission issues in which you could tell, sitting there in Lagos, where there was a power break in Nigeria. We would just do certain differential equations that were related to Maxwell's equation. They brought them to me, my former students, who are engineers. And so I was more than a statistical officer there. We were addressing problems in Maiduguri from Lagos, in any part of the country, in terms of electric transmission. But while we were doing that, they imported somebody from Japan just before I left in September of 69. Was it September or August? I don't remember. September 13. Anyway, what I'm saying is that the design to rubbish the South was a gradual and steady, was planned, it was gradual, it was steady, and it took us from where we were then, when we didn't know so much of a problem, to where we are now, where everything is a problem. Second, when I was home a little more than a year ago, I went to almost all parts of Yoruba country. Some of the roads that I was riding on were roads that were put in there by Awolowo in the early 50s. But the most challenging thing for me is that I went from Gbode City to Abeokuta to Ota to Idiroko. I entered Dahomey, or what we used to call Dahomey, through Idiroko, the way I used to do it when I was younger. But on my way back, I decided to go to Seme. My driver, we went through Seme. The road from Lagos to the border, you call that a road? I mean, everything was swept away. And I was, given that I'm now a lot older than I used to be, it hurt my back. So now I'm going to go back to 1951 or 50, where the Olotu says we should look at what happened in 1950. Yes, in 1950, that was the prelude to the McPherson Constitution, which created the regional governments. And at that time, Lagos was part of the West. But from Lagos to Asaba was Western region. And we were lucky that no matter what power the governors had between then and August 8, 1957, we were lucky that we had this crazy guy called Awolowo who could spend $2 out of one. Some people will say that's because he was a Jebu, but that's just a joke. He managed, along with other people in Western region at that time, particularly the guy from Abeokuta Grammar School. I'm trying to remember his name. Awokoya was Minister of Education.
Right.
The head of service was later on became the Nigerian representative at the United Nations. I can't see. I went to school with his son. I don't see why I can forget his name. But he was the head of service. They crafted the agenda for free education in 1951, so that after the election, if they won, they would begin to prepare for free education in Western region. They crafted a whole lot and they implemented them. In other words, once they had a freer hand to not just, and we were bicameral. If you remember, the Ooni of Ife, Sade Soji Aderemi, was the president of the House of Chiefs, while Awolowo was premier, or initially started as leader of government business. But we were bicameral. We had the House of Chiefs. Awolowo was not somebody that you want to confront if you didn't have your facts. The white governor was Sir John Rankin. If you are going to turn down something that was passed by the Western House of Assembly, if a governor was going to turn that down, he had to have an argument. Remember, Awolowo was a lawyer. and a bad one at that. Then you had Rotimi Williams.
Yeah.
And then you had almost every minister that Awolowo had was a specialist. Awokoya, of government college. Awokoya was Minister of Education. Babalola was Minister of Works. This and that. All of those things people put together from a formidable government that no colonial authority could go against. And then they started asking for what we call not independence, but whatever the self-government. So on August 8, 1957, we became a self-governing region under Awolowo, and he appointed, or his government appointed, the Ooni of Ife, president of the House of Chiefs, as the first governor of Western region, first black governor of Western region. So where am I going with this? The 1951 Macpherson Constitution allowed each region to demonstrate its ability to do whatever it is that it wanted to do. Any differences in the achievement of the regions was merely a difference or differences in the leadership of that region, mostly. And I'm not saying Sir James Stapleton or the other guy in Eastern Nigeria that they were not as strong, or they were stronger than Rankin. It's just that the Awolowo government was too difficult to manipulate. I think the governor of Northern region was Sir Gawain Bell, and the Eastern region was Sir Stapleton. They were all British. But Sir John Rankin couldn't overrule the Western legislature the way these other people could in their own regions. And that strength, the Awolowo government of 1951 to 1952 to 1959 was the best thing that ever happened to us in a colonial setting. So that was the golden era of. That was the golden era, and we have a handful of people to thank for it. Plus years and years of preparation in education, Macaulay, Gbode, this and that. We were lucky, and I call these people the Ajayi crowd a crowd. And then I have the Awolowo crowd before we had the mess.
Sir,
yes.
if I may say something as a young man, sir. You know that when you look at the situation that we have in Nigeria today, it's like, and we look at the times that you're talking about now, really, it's like deja vu.
Yeah.
Because Professor Gabriel Olusoya, who is the foremost, one of the foremost constitutional historians in Nigeria,
okay,
he wrote a beautiful piece that I read a couple of years ago. And well, just even leaving that, I'm looking at the way that the British, just like Professor Ajayi Soyinka told us, how the British had deliberately subverted the mind of the indigenous educated African, the Yoruba people of the southern part of Nigeria, how they used them, how they suppressed them, how they incorporated them into this. Like, for instance, look at names like, when you're looking at names like Captain James Pinson, Labulod Davies, C.J. George, James Johnson, Oli Johnson, Shakpara Williams, Obadiah Johnson, Egadin Shingu, all of those
people. Williams.
Listen to
yeah.
Listen.
So these were very brilliant people who could be considered as even better than the average British colonial expatriate.
Yeah,
but look, sir, how they stole them and disabled them so that they could not be of use to the Yoruba southern people, like the likes of Dr. Adeni Jones, Eric Moore. They took them.
Yeah.
But then, sir, you look at a set of people like Dr. Akiwande Savage, who broke away from those elites and began an agitation, going as far back as England to go fight for a voice for the Yoruba man, for the southern Nigerian, so-called. And he was sent back. He formed an organization with Joseph Aford in Accra, Ghana, fighting for the whole of West Africa. They had a voice.
Aford.
Yes, and they sent them back. They sent them back in disgrace. So, and that's the same thing that is happening today, sir. Sometimes I look at the elites.
Yeah.
And I see the failure of the elites. They lure them into government, sir. We've had a lot of academicians, historians, brilliant people that were brought into government. They disabled them by being in government. They disabled, and they became a disappointment to them. Look at somebody like the Oba Akinzua of Benin, who was quick as to endorse the Clifford Constitution and said that was the best that could happen to the Southerners.
Yeah.
When everybody was, so you see how they turn traditional institution into puppetry. This thing, they've been doing it for a long time. To me, it's just like they're repeating everything all over again. Look at the brilliant array of traditional rulers that were produced in the southern part of Nigeria. Look at how they have disabled them.
Yeah.
You see, let me take a crack at this. It is a whole number of factors.
Yes,
but
sir.
Lately, you can see in the 60s, 70s, the universities in Nigeria were, they were just like any other in progressive societies. Lecturers can criticize. Listen to this. They can criticize. They can talk. Their lives did not depend. It doesn't. You don't see what you're seeing today. Now, as from 1975, for instance, when these Obasanjo and his friend Muritala came there, that was the beginning of the rot that we're seeing today. Many people in the universities were retired for flimsy excuses. Some were pronounced to have been retired for drunkenness. What do you mean, drunkenness? or declining productivity. How do you know a lecturer in the university is declining? I mean, so many. And at that time, prior to that time, people serve with dedication. Some even forget to build houses because they live in the quarters. They wake up every day and motivate and teach and all of a sudden, these people came. These guys were in their 30s. They were drunk with power. They themselves. Now, they went to the civil service. They would tell those that we used to call the super permanent secretary, the super PAMSEC. Yes. People like Simon Adebo, Jerome
Simeon Adebo. Simeon
Adebo. Simeon Adebo.
Yes.
Jerome Doji.
Solomon Akezwa.
So many of those people were called super permanent secretary at that time. You know what they did? They just told them to bring the file, bring this. They said, no, you can't. They will write memos to you under financial order. There were two governing this thing in the civil service. I served briefly in the civil service before leaving the country. You have what they call the general order. It's like a Bible. It contains all the rules that govern every aspect of the civil service, what you have to do. Then you have the financial order. It's all the things dealing with finance. To be promoted from one cadre to the other, they will test you on the relevant area. Now, when these people got there, they were doing some illegal thing like bring the 20,000 in press account and go. They will write you a memo that there is no financial order under the FO is not supported. So these people were looking at that. I mean, these are soldiers. Are you serious? We are the new leaders in town. That was the cause of sacking those senior civil servants. And then they promoted in their step people on level 14, level 12. They made them permanent secretary. Now, if you were just a middle level or officer, you just been made the head of the ministry, then somebody said you send 5,000. I mean, when you say $5,000, I mean naira at that time, that was a lot of money. So because I'm going on a tour to Enugu and back, they don't question them. That was where this corruption began to skyrocket. Politicians before them, they discredited politicians. What politicians were doing, they will award contracts, they will give them kickback, But the actual theft of government funds started from the Obasanjo and Murtala Mohammed regime. And because they have decimated and they changed our civil service to the spoil system. The spoil system is that once you get in as a leader, you drive away those who are there, you pick your own, who are much more answerable to you. That was the beginning of this rot, and then it's continued, it escalated, it has been going. Now, the civil service in Nigeria, people say politicians are corrupt, yes, but the civil servants are much more corrupt than it, because they tell the politicians, when they see the politician stealing, the politicians steal $1 billion, they too steal $1 billion and a half, or they keep half of it for themselves. They don't want to see you stealing all the money, and that is the beginning of the. But unfortunately, most of our youth, you never saw anything better than what you've been seeing since 70. Majority of the people there now were just too young to know what Nigeria was in the beginning. And so I keep telling people, the problem with Nigeria is no longer with the Nigerian system, is no longer electricity or it's the manpower. You set up an industry, every worker in that industry want to get rich tomorrow on your own on what they steal from that establishment. Somebody used to make this, and if you send a Nigerian with an egg to go and give to Dr. Adeboye, go and give Dr. Adeboye this egg. He looks at this egg. If I crack this egg, he will know when I get there. They will lick it very well before they hand it over.
Thank you, Baba Iloge. So if you are just joining us, we are looking at Nigeria, the politics between 1946 and 1966. I plan to give people opportunity to ask questions because this is a very, very important period. But there are two areas that we haven't touched, and I don't know whether we'll be able to touch those areas. Maybe we can leave it till one of them till the other time. But one thing that I want our able elders to talk about is what led to wet here. Wet here is an important phenomenon. It's an important phenomenon, and a lot of post-independence people, I won't say children, because post-independence, they are not children this time, at this period anymore. So, but people will still want to know what led to wet hair, and how it happened exactly.
Do you want to give it?
I can address that.
Yeah.
Because Iloge gave a hint from one angle last time, and I want to give it from another angle, because Nigeria is a huge elephant, and many of us are not, most of us are blind to what's going on in Nigeria, including the present speaker. So when blind people are told to describe an elephant, they merely describe that part of the elephant that they touched, which is not necessarily the whole elephant.
Maybe
in the 1950s, the plan to sabotage Yoruba country was by the Nigerians under the Macpherson Constitution, was in full bloom. They pitched the Alaafin Oyo, Oba Adeniran, my namesake, the father of the present Alaafin, against the government of Western Region. Now, knowing that Oyo was the capital of an empire, that was no small problem. But they wanted the Alaafin with his power to rubbish Awolowo government. Gbode Thomas, who was a Balogun in Oyo, was the one person who wanted to appeal to the Alaafin, but probably he didn't know how to do it. So things went out of hand, and eventually, unfortunately, Awolowo government didn't see that he had a choice but to exile the Oba. That was the beginning of our problem in Yoruba land. When you take an Alaafin and you exile him and put him in Ilesha, and then the earlier on in Benin, the British in 1897 had exiled an Oba. I've forgotten his name, but point of the matter is exiling Obas had become something that you could do. Now, that reinforced the agitation of Oyo-speaking people. And I'm going to talk about it because it's the truth. A tribal agitation by Oyo-speaking people against Ijebu-speaking people, of which Awolowo was one. And that also empowered the NCNC, especially the Mobolaje group in Ibadan, to see what was going on in Western Region as Oyo versus everybody else, or Ijebu versus everybody else. And I'm not ashamed to say that even though I'm loud about Gbaggan, my people are Oyo speaking, and so almost every Oyo-speaking person was turning against the Awolowo government, including my father, who was an NCSC. So all of this continued to go on. In 1954, when Awolowo's government said it was going to start free education January 17, 1955, all the Oyo-speaking people, as they're running, election, my father said that to me. This same father who was not able to pay my school fees. And I told him, as young as I was at that time, I want to finish school. And my mother backed me up. But the point I'm making is the weekly.
Been a rebel for a long time.
I was born that way. But my father allowed it. It's weird for somebody who was about 70 years older than myself. No child could talk to him the way I did. But that's okay. He allowed it and he just made jokes about me. He used to even call me a northerner. But the point is, this weakening of the structure, it was from the weakening of that structure, the creation of a government of national unity in Nigeria in 1957, where Balewa was named prime minister for the first time, and Chief Akitola and Chief Rosiji were seconded by the government of Western Region to be part of that government of national unity. That's where Akitola and Rosiji became close to the Northerners because they were part of the same government. The earlier government where Yoruba was represented, the Ooni of Ife, was a minister without portfolio in 1952, but eventually immediately ran back to his region, to his palace to run Ife. So by 1957 to 59, Akitola and Rosiji had become comrades to people who were programmed to destroy us. They didn't know it. But because they were more, they saw themselves as leaders, that if we don't participate in the government of national unity or in some coalition with the Northerner, our people wouldn't get anything. Never mind that the Western region that I was describing was the best run government in Black Africa. But they didn't want all the goodies to go to other regions without some coming to Western region. And Awolowo knew, and his defenders, that what are we doing for the people? And that was the beginning of the resistance. All that culminated in Akitola becoming premier when Awolowo went to the center. I will make the story short. By 1959, when Awolowo could not secure coalition with Azikiwe to run the government of Nigeria after the December 12th election, Akitola became stronger, and so did Rosiji, and they crafted a way to align more with the North than Awolowo's action group was going to tolerate. That led to the JOS meeting of 1962, in which Akitola and Rosiji walked out of the JOS Action Group Convention. That was the beginning of our downfall. That was in 1952. Very soon, as soon as he walked out, there was a motion at the Western House of Assembly to discipline Akitola, and that discipline was not going to be allowed. So they sent federal troops, not federal troops, what do they call them? Riot police to Ibadan. And the Western House was sacked, and Abubakar declared a state of emergency, and Akitola was reinstated as premier instead of Alhaji Dauda Adegbero, who had been picked, and all our people were restricted. Awolowo was restricted to Ikene. The Ooni of Ife was restricted to Ife because he was governor before that point. Right. And then we had 6 months of emergency. And January 1963, they brought in Akitola back as premier. and he appointed Odele Efadansi as governor. And meanwhile, our own leaders were imprisoned in one shape or form or silenced. So what do Yoruba do? So we were going to be patient. And we were patient in 1963, waiting for an election to come that would change things. In 1964, believe it or not, I convinced my father to vote for the action group because we had formed OBGA.
For the OBGA, yeah.
And the OBGA the OBGA candidate from my area was not from NCNC, but from action group. That's okay. My father was going to vote for Adimure, but 1954 election, December 12th. No, what year? No, that wasn't December 12th. December 12th was 1959. But in any case, it was in December. And what happened was that it was clear that they were going to rig that election. Chief Akitola's party, NNDP, had been formed in coalition with Fani Kayode. They formed this party.
The deputy premier.
He became deputy premier because of the alliance in 1963, but he still maintained NCNC and this Akitola's UPP. Then they merged. On March 10, 1964, they merged into NNDP. And we know they were not popular. We know if there was a free and fair election, we would win. But they now decided that rigging was the name of the game. So Michael Okpara, Dennis Osadebe, and a number of other people, Bola Ige, Victor Yenuga, all of them assembled at Ibadan in Mrs. Awolowo's house and decided that we were convinced by Osadebe and Okpara to boycott the election. Well, boycotting the election meant what? That government would be forced to have another election in which no rigging would take place. It didn't play out that way. They just decided that Igbo man lo wa no apoti NCNC to ofo wa no apoti AG NNDP wole. No matter how many people are in that constituency. So we learned our lessons. You will remember that I was almost challenging our daddy, Daddy Banjo, about boycotting elections. I'm relating from that experience. Baba Banjo was not in Nigeria at that time; he was in Ghana. But to cut a long story short, we were tired. We were waiting for the election of October 11, 1965 to change the government of Western Region. I was at the University of Ibadan. I've been there since 1963. So I was no longer the nice little government college boy who didn't know anything about politics. I was now a member of, with Banji and Kintoye and all of that stuff. We were in the action group, action group student union. But in any case, October came, and I was not only a campaigner, but I was also a counting agent, and I know what happened, and I know that that election was massively rigged. The ballot box we are going to count, the action group, the ballots were dropping there by human beings. There were packages of 50. One can wrap. In fact, some of them still had staples in them. I'm eyewitness. So, I have to be quiet about something, but one let me there you are enjoying Land Rover to gbé mi lọ sí gbọ̀ngàn. Mo ní tí n bá ti ń jáde lọ tí mo sọ pé mo ń lọ tọ̀ gun the motor, kill everybody in front of you, go to UI. Àwọn ọlọ́pàá lé mi dé UI. That October 11, 12. Wọ́n lé mi dé UI. Ìgbà tó wọ́n ò dẹ̀ kí lè wọ UI gbà yẹn because UI is a bit of what tó bá múra. Then we got to UI and we started arranging protests, and we protested. Then they sent riot police to come and meet us between October, somewhere between October and December. They were breaking doors. I was hiding in Queen's Hall, if you know where Queen's Hall is. I was hiding in Queen's Hall, and they were breaking doors to drag people out and beat them up. Boys and girls. And then when they took me to the hospital eventually, Mabadeje, who was also my senior at government college, was the doctor in charge of the emergency room. He was so senior, but when we came back, we is related to Wetye.
Oh. Okay, let me add a little bit to that from basically from personal experience or my mother's experience. But I think to go back a little bit, when Zeke sort of reneged on the semi-agreement that he made with Chief Awolowo, that, and went to join the North to form the government after independence. I think that also created part of the problem that you alluded to in relation to Alaafin and Awolowo's reaction, and then how Akitola sort of moved towards the North. But between Awolowo and Zeke of Africa and NCNC, there was also that distrust.
Yeah.
So that sort of, it's not really a case of Arumeta. Arumeta and Oti war patapata, so obeyen danu ni. So anyway, so Mbati, and thank you you just brought memories back, all the names that you were mentioning.
Wait until I start my own.
Yeah.
Historian.
So, and I would say before Wetye, there was Onoposi, if you remember. Onoposi, which means unopposed. Because with the alliance of between Chief Akitola and the North, they formed the NNDP, right?
I don't know. Yes.
Demomowa.
NNDP and UNO went into alliance, right?
So that was all that, and all the opponents, and then the AG and NCNC united, finally broke the ice and formed the UPGA, United Progressive
Grand Alliance.
Yeah, Grand Alliance, yes. So, they were saying every UPGA candidate was nullified. And so all was it NNDP?
Yes, NNDP.
Yeah, they were all unopposed. And so the town was unopposed, they were all unopposed. And of course, I think
that's where we were going to send them. So,
yeah. They were carrying ballot boxes in ballots in
coffin.
How do you call pussy in English? I forgot.
Coffin.
Professor, do English mo. You back for you.
So anyway, and I also remember that that was when Chief Ogunde, and I'm bringing my theater knowledge here, Chief Ogunde wrote the play Yoruba Ronu, which was commissioned by Akitola's government, and Chief Akitola was in the hall, the play was, and he was laughing and enjoying it, and then suddenly it struck him, I want to Mambawi. And then he and his troop marched out of the hall. I think it was Mako Hall.
And the Otu looks like him too. The man that acted Otu about something like that.
Yes.
Look exactly like Akintola.
Yeah.
The tribal man.
And I remember my mother was a consummate AG. So she had me transcribe all the songs of Yoruba Ronu to her. And in the process, I too knew the songs by heart. So she would be reading them and singing them at leisure. And then she used to travel a lot. My dad was a headmaster, and because of the politicking at that time, he had been transferred from Abeokuta. We had lived in Abeokuta for almost 30 years. He was suddenly transferred to Shagamu, you know. So, and my mother was traveling. She had a shop in Lagos. And so I was in high school and she had to travel. So what she said, and then because by this time, the wet year had started, and, you know, we didn't know who was throwing petrol to, you know, and burning opponents and so on. And because my mother was going to leave us and I was the oldest at that time, you know, at home. So she said, well, I'm traveling. So she bought 2 gallons of petrol by the window. She said, if anybody comes knocking, just open the door, pour the petrol, and strike a match.
Ooh.
Yeah. So don't let them get in, because she had been in AG since I want to say since I was even born, and she was among the women that would go into the interior, you know, campaigning for Action Group and talking to them about independence. And
that was tough.
Yeah, yeah. So that, and then what month was it? I think it was summer. We went home on holidays, you know, to Ishara. And that was the only wet year thing that I witnessed, and that happened in Ishara at that time. Oba Kisoya, also a relative who was a cousin of my dad, of course, staunch AG Oba, who was reduced to penny a year king under Akitola's regime.
Oba Kobo.
Oba Kobo, yeah. So there was this man, one administrator, I think he felt, he was NNDP, and he felt Ishara was safe. So he was working in Shagamu, and Shagamu had become too hot for him. And so he asked to be transferred to Ishara, where there was relative peace, because although Oba Kinsoya was Action Group, he said no killing in his town. You know, he maintained that peace and people respected him a lot. So this man was coming to Ishara to view his new place, and apparently the AG thugs had heard about this and they chased him right to Ishara and caught up with him. And this thing happened in front of our house. So immediately everybody started running inside, hide, hide, hide. So myself and my older brother, we hid in the house, shut all the windows, but I couldn't resist peeping through the fan light. Anyway, they chased him, dragged him out of his Volkswagen, and then, you know, started knocking him down and cutting him with cutlass, and nothing hurt him. He kept running around, but he didn't know the layout, so he would run back into the main street. They were cutting him with cutlass, no bleeding. And then after a while, the car drove off. They came back with a gallon of, I thought it was water. Yeah. And that was when the man started crying and started begging. So they wetted him with petrol, struck a match, and disappeared.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And the man died to the left of our house.
Yeah.
Really groaning. So when the Oba came to look at him, to see him, and he was still groaning when the king came. They took him to the hospital, but he died. So I just thought I should give you that close-up personal.
Thank you.
Now it's my turn.
Yeah, it's your turn.
It's my turn.
Okay.
Now,
go ahead. People here, everybody will have opportunity to ask questions after Baba.
Yes, but I want to, I really want to combine what the two of them said then. When you say wet here, you know, a lot of people, the younger ones will say, wet here, it was the time Yoruba, the trouble. No, you went here. If you look into what Dr. Adeboye said about the Oyo angle, it's very critical. And in fact, the Oyo angle made Akintola to be the deputy leader of the action group at a point, because he was the only one who could actually go near Adelabu in campaigning. He was so smooth. He was so, I mean, bí Ṣọlá Ìwínílọ́mọ ṣe ń sọ Ìbàdàn yìí, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn Adelabu àti Akintola ń sọ Ọ̀yọ́. I happen to have listened very closely because the 1965 election, then, so my father was an action group candidate to the Western Regional Assembly. So I was a front seater. Then, nígbà tí mo sọ yìí pé wet here, tí mo sọ yìí pé ọmọ pupa bẹ̀rẹ̀, màá sọ pé kì í ṣe pé mo sọ pé ọmọ pupa ló kàn déédéé bẹ̀rẹ̀, but I will, when you listen to what Dr. Adeboye described on the Oyo angle, then what Dr. Ajayi Soyinka said on the other personal angle, màá wá wò ó pé ẹ jẹ́ ká bring it forward. After tí sójà gbàjọba, the same thing tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí Akintola àti Rosiji, that people, that the northern element in the federal government were trying to woo them and use them against Awolowo. The same thing happened to Taka and Enahoro.
Yes.
You see, it was then, before independence, independent, it was agreed by the nationalists, Nigeria should be divided into 6 regions, not 3. Taking into consideration, the Middle Belt will be a region in the north. So there will be 3 regions in the north. There will be 3 regions in the south. With if it were created to get Western region, will have been a region. So we have 6 regions in the north. I mean, 3 regions in the north, 3 regions in the south. But the politicians were eager to go on independence. I mean, the British said, create 3 more regions. Yeah, they will have to postpone independence. That they will. Are we speaking in English today or in Yoruba? Okay, look, that they will have to delay independence until the takeoff of those 3 regions to make 6 regions. Now, these days, many of you will hear about 6 geopolitical zones. It was just coined in the 90s, I think, by Kwame and all that. But the original architecture of Nigeria was supposed to be 6 regions. Now, after the independence, the same machination of those in the federal, Norfolk create Midwest. Midwest, they cannot create him to spite Yoruba. Why didn't they create the other region in the north at that time? They left it inside. Yeah, you hear north is for north.
May I just ask a quick question there?
Yes.
I thought that it was Awolowo that really engineered the creation of.
No, they started. Awolowo couldn't stop it.
No, okay. Let me bring clarity to that. Awolowo did not create Midwest.
Right.
Awolowo was in prison when the Midwest was created, Dr. Ajayi.
Yeah, but he set it in motion. That's
he set it in motion in the 1950s when they went to the London Constitutional Conference. Awolowo was the only premier that would sponsor people from minority areas to go with him. He believed that Nigeria's minority area deserved autonomy.
That's what I meant. I didn't say he created it.
But just to make sure that our audience gets the message,
okay.
Calabar, Ogoja, and Rivers were to be one region, Calabar, Ogoja, Rivers State. The Midwest was to be another region. In the North, they were supposed to have more regions, and I think United Middle Belt Congress under J.S. Starker so all of these regions were to be created, and as Banji said, the British played a game. They said, well, we can't create one unless we are going to follow it to the end before we give you independence. And so those who are desperate for this flag independence said, okay, we wait until after the creation of, after independence. That's what happened. I went to what is now called Midwest to campaign against the creation of Midwest in 1963, not because I didn't believe like my leader in Midwest, but because I wanted simultaneous creation. And I was in Akoko Edo, I was in Warri, but principally following our own leadership position. If you are not going to create all other regions, why are you creating this one? So, to fight Awolowo's and Awolowo was in prison.
So when you these are very critical points of history that all of you need to know. I mean, that is happening, and you can take your angle, the one I just talked about, and then the rigging of the election. You've heard about the 1964 federal election. Now you heard about the regional election. The regional election was so badly rigged, like you discovered, or like you stated. But then about this unopposed, my father was a candidate. That this is the more telling. This followed the pattern. It was opposed by Chief Tifashe of Igbara.
Tifashe.
Yes, who was in NNDP at that time.
Yeah.
But the electoral officer that was supposed to sign their paper was being taken around wearing a woman's robe all over the place, where he wasn't staying in his office. And the electoral officer was, I won't mention the name now because of his this thing, but I know the name, from Ekiti. Now, the federal government said there was one, the federal electoral officer then was the man called Isua. I don't know if you still remember.
Yeah, I remember Isua. He was also the census man.
Right. He traveled throughout the Western region to sign the papers of all the candidates who could not locate their electoral officer. My father met Esua in Ondo, and he signed. My father raced to Ibadan to go and show this thing. On the way to Ibadan, it was announced on the radio that all the papers signed by Isua is not tenable for Western regional election. That was, Isua was the federal electoral. Anything done by the federal authorities should supersede that of the state, of the regions, at least by what they claimed. But the paper was nullified. So the rigging, most NNDP candidates went unopposed. And now, to come back to what I said in the previous listing, after all this happened, there was a lot of tension in Yoruba land, including what Dr. Adeboye debated. So they summoned the meeting of all the action group candidates to Mushin in Lagos. So they went there. People were frustrated. People will get up and rain curses and sit down. So it was then they tell Omokugba, why can't you talk? They got out. Less than 5 minutes later, the first wet year started. That was how it went all over. You know, there were pent-up anger everywhere. Mm-hmm. So it's not like Omokugba started it and told people to. No. There were pent-up anger everywhere. Every town you go to, there was people were frustrated. And so when you hear that people are being burnt out alive in Mushin, Idioro is people are, the moment it started from Mushin, the whole Western region was in flames. So the discussion I was having then was to take that piece that, look, it wasn't Awolowo that left from prison to say, go and burn. That when you have oppressed Yoruba to such an extent, the common people, they are aware of this oppression and they are ready at the slight, it's like gunpowder. And so I'm likening it to the current period where throughout Yoruba land now, where it is similar to what was going on around that time. And so one day, don't be surprised, it is not the Tinubus or the Oshibajos or whatever you call Yoruba leaders now that will tell anybody to do. No, the man on the street will say to heck with everybody. And that was the point I was making. I wasn't saying that Wete was just a reaction. No, within 1960 and 1965, those periods were not easy because Awolowo was, the more Awolowo was uplifting the Yorubas, the more opposition it was getting from every angle. As a matter of fact, I also made allusion to the fact that people like J.A.K. Ajayi, who was a legal luminary, people like Adesanya, all went, and some other action groupers went to the north to watch the polls during the election. They were promptly arrested for coming to that part of the country. These are the things that have been going on in the country that make us to believe that there is no way we can ever forge a nation out of that country. Because while some of us, especially the Yorubas, have this idea that they can build a nation out of the multi-ethnic, nations in Nigeria, a lot of them, especially the people at the core north, are not interested in building a nation except the whole indigenous people are subjugated under them.
Yeah.
And we are saying it's not going to happen. And the Yorubas are now saying, for the first time in the nation's history, the Yorubas now have seen that all the labors about unity, they were just working for some others.
It's not
the people in the Middle Belt, so those of you who are saying, who are talking about war, let me tell you that the people in the Middle Belt, the so-called Middle Belt, have been used against the rest of the country.
They're not going to do that anymore.
They are not going to do that anymore. They too are now looking at it that they've been stooges. And if there is a war between us, do you actually think 22 million, not even 22 million, Fulanis will actually defeat 55 million Yorubas?
Well,
no, it's not possible. And this time around, the idea, if they declare war on the East, let us see a Yoruba man that wants to go and fight in that war. Or if they declare war on the Yoruba, let's see an Igbo man that wants to fight us. Or a thief man, or a Jukun man. These are the people that united to defeat the Igbos. As a matter of fact, if we should try to let our people know that now, as at the time we are talking, we have wasted more than 7 to 8 generations of Yorubas on the unity of Nigeria. And how many more generations are we going to waste? That is the question. And I should say none, no more. So on that note, let us move on. Omokukwa didn't actually, Omokukwa was just the catalyst.
But well, there were many Omokukwas all over the whole place.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, when they hear that chaos had started somewhere, everybody just started. Including, in fact, I came to Gbode then, but I couldn't find you. I would have done something.
No, I wasn't even there.
So it looks like Dr. Oluwajana is back, or who is that that I'm looking at?
Yeah, we have so many people wanting to ask questions. Please, so we can benefit from today's program, let's make sure that our question is towards the topic. I mean, if you have some other question, but it's going to benefit us if we ask questions about what we dealt with today. I'm going to call Alagba Isaac Adeyemi. I unmuted you, sir. I want you to unmute yourself. Okay.
Thank you very much, man. My question is not very long.
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to thank the 3 wise elders that have contributed wisely. We appreciate them. The question has relevance to what's going on today about Yoruba nation agitation. And what is it? Some of us who have been following what's going on, we see map of the proposed Yoruba nation being drawn. And this map includes people from today's Edo State and part of Delta State. For a good cause, for a good reason, because a lot of them, they are part of Oduduwa Nation or whatever you want to call them. But the question I have, in the period under consideration today, was it Edo nationalist, people like Oba Akenzua, that led agitation for the creation of Midwest? If so, how do we think that people that fought for creation of Midwest, that wanted to live part of Yoruba, a Western region, will be willing to come back today and be part of the new Yoruba nation? They have their own kingdom, they have their own agenda. Will they be willing to come back to today's Yoruba nation when we get it?
Can I answer that question?
So it's 2 parts, So you answer part of it by saying that Awolowo initiated it, but there are people who believe that the Midwesterners themselves agitated, fought seriously for creation of the Midwestern something. And if that is true, how do we see them coming back to Yoruba nation today, especially since they have their own kingdom, Benin Kingdom, and Warri Kingdom? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Let me attempt an answer so that it can be fast.
Okay.
Please, whatever the politics between Benin Kingdom and other kingdoms in Western Nigeria, they are mercilessly related. It's sibling rivalry. Oromia rule both Oyo and Benin. And when you go to Warri, you know that Warri Shekiri in particular, are a cross between Ijebu and Edo people. So the cultural affinity is the basis for this for Western region. Now to undo that, even though we did not stop the creation of the Midwest in 1963, look what happened when we were eventually able to have free and fair election in 1979. The entire Bendel state, not just Edo State, returned UPN under Awolowo to governance. In which case, whatever happened in 1963 was fake, because when the people had an opportunity to speak, 15 or 16 years later, they went back to the UPN, which is the new edition of Action Group. So,
if I may,
just 1 minute.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that those places have to be part of Yoruba country.
Okay.
No, they can negotiate to be, they can negotiate not to be, but it is not wrong to expect that they will be part of it, because we are culturally related. And we had the same system of governance, royalty, blah, blah, blah. We are unique in Nigeria in terms of the Oduduwa story.
If I may just tag along a sentence, which is to say that the Yoruba traditionally are not expansionist.
Nope.
And we don't, if you say, well, I don't want to be part of you, we are not going to fight over that. Well, it's all well and good. In fact, it would be a mistake not to include them. But if they want to opt out, well, it's okay. It's all well and okay. But as long as it is not being manipulated like in the past, and it is the yearning of the people. But there are other people, even living Edo, the Shekiri are cousin. When you listen to Shekiri language, they are not disputing the fact in the Olu of Wari, is it Wari, was installed this last few months ago, and there was not a single claim to say that the monarchy was.
Yeah, was there.
So when you look at all that, I don't understand. Even looking at the creation of states, Ondo and Ekiti were created together. I mean, they agitated to create. Are we going to say that we are not related to Ekiti people? Even Akure was Akure Ekiti up to 1947 or 49 constitution. Yeah. You know, but when you look at all these relationships, it depends on the politics of the day. If we are now having a nation, I doubt seriously whether any Yoruba, either in the remote, what Akitola used to call the far west. Those of you from the far west, I don't know how far that can go. I don't think any of them will object to being in the nation, you know.
And if they object back.
Yeah, and if they object back, hey, okay. We are not forcing the Yoruba spirit doesn't force anybody to be to serve under them. Anywhere in the world, we are confident of ourselves. We are confident of our civilization. We are also confident of our own performance in every sphere. That yes. We don't lord ourselves over.
As long as they didn't ask Dogoyaro to come and be our governor in Yoruba State.
Yes, that's true. So that should answer his question.
Alagba Benjamin Esan, you are on.
Thank you very much. A ti ṣe meeting kan parí lẹ́ni Yoruba nation. Now, let me start with the last case. Why was Alaafin exiled? Can anybody tell us? Because
Alaafin Adeniran.
Kó tó exile ó ṣe nǹkan kan.
Bàbá Adeniran orúkọ èèyàn tí wọ́n jọra wọn ṣe mọ́ tó ṣe.
Àwọn Adeniran yẹn oníjàngbọ̀n ni wọ́n.
Ẹni tó kọ́kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀.
Toby, I think I gave the reason.
You didn't.
Okay, let me try again. Chief Gbode Thomas,
yes,
was the deputy leader of the action group.
Yes.
Oba Alayeluwa Adeniran was the Alaafin Oyo.
Okay.
And he was sitting on the throne of an empire. Our adversaries found it convenient to pitch a traditional leader of eminence like Adeniran against Awolowo, who they didn't want Yoruba autonomy to emerge. And Oba Adeniran was certainly a powerful Oba. In fact, I knew that in the 1950s, and I was a relatively young person. So the Oba opposed the policies of the action group, the way no Northerner could oppose the policies of NPC, no Easterner could oppose the policies of NCNC in the East. So they were beginning a division in our land that was going to be problematic for the action group party. So Awolowo asked Gbode Thomas, no, Baba Basoro. So Baba refused. And Baba could have refused on the basis of Iru Elomama Bamisore Mioba. At that time, Oba didn't know that the new creature that the Europeans created in Nigeria, in Western region, that creature had more power than the traditional rulers. That in fact, they should have known that, because the standard 6 educated district officer could dictate to the Alaafin. So how much more an Awolowo, Gbode Thomas, and all of those people who are very educated and elected. So the Oba did not get that. And so in order to bring, quote and unquote, some form of peace, I'm not saying their judgment was perfect by any means, but their notion of how to bring peace to the Oyo-speaking part of Yoruba country was to ask Alaafin to be exiled, and for Bello, I think his name was Bello Badigeshi, to be appointed the Alaafin. That's what happened. In fact, there was a little more to that story. When they exiled him, they took him into Ilesha. He also spent some time in Lagos. Then the Awolowo's people said, "Ẹ̀yin Ọ̀yọ́ Mèsì, ẹ lọ bá bàbá sọ̀rọ̀, tí wọ́n bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gba ìjọba tá a ní nísìnyí, a máa dá wọn padà." So the Ọ̀yọ́ Mèsì got to Ilesha. In fact, the Oba of Ilesha at that time was also an Adeniran. Orúkọ mi ni wọ́n fi sọ wọ́n, Adeniran Agúnléjìká. So he got there, and the Ọ̀yọ́ Mèsì got there and said, "Baba Jiarele o, Baba Jiarele. Ile ma to lo Baba Jiarele." That's what the Ọ̀yọ́ Mèsì sang to him after they consulted with him. Surrender this thing, let's go home and you continue your ownership. But the Oba was very strong in his own position. He said, "Modara Alesha o, Modara Alesha. Ibi ori dani sila, agbe Modara Alesha o."
Okay, thank you very much. I don't want us to waste time. I think I got all the background, but what the Oyinbos call the previous situation, the immediate thing that happened in Oyo, the day the action group people wanted to have a meeting with Alaafin in the hall, Atiba Hall, and the deputy came in, and everybody stood up, and the Oba said, "Let's stand up for my own subject." And the man said, "Baba, rí ló bá ní èmi náà ló ń gbó mọ́ ṣe gbọ́ yẹn náà. Èmi náà ló ń gbó mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Máa gbó lọ àbí? That was the last straw that broke the camel's back.
I agree with you.
For every moment in history, any remote causes, intermediate causes, and immediate causes.
Immediate cause. Yes.
Right.
That
was it's a combination of factors.
Yes.
When you talk about history.
I know.
Immediate cause going.
The death of Gbode Thomas was a blow to the action group. There is no doubt. And they were actually saying, how to get a woman need a pound of flesh.
Yes, you got it. Anyway, that is by the way, the immediate my own question, my input this time is that I should share meeting pẹ̀lú àwọn young fellow about what happens if we eventually get our nation. Kí ni ká ṣe? And we were discussing the agricultural problems and the monetary problem. And I thought that this group, you are older than those fellows because I happen to be the oldest in that group. Even though no, Emi sọ pé Banji Akintoye was a year my senior in Christ school. We were in UI together. When he, and these other fellows were following action group, me on interest the party. And in any case, my brother was an NCNC man, and he was in the administration. In the
1965.
But by that time, Canada. Gbogbo where was behind me because what is up because of my demonstration, no park, no base. One in Jackie Crow, Nigeria, where I'm a communist. But luckily, I got the Commonwealth scholarship and I moved to Canada.
So
that's petition.
Baba, Dr. Akínbọ́lá, Baba, ẹ má bínú pé mo gbẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ yín kégi. Àwọn èèyàn tó náwó sókè wọ́n pọ̀ gan-an. Bí tá a bá tètè ṣe pàápàá. Dr. Patrick Akínbọ́lá.
Okay, I thank our dear, respectable and wise elders who have been leading this very significant dialogue today. In fact, Vitas already saying it's so timely for my question because I had an elder who just left me a little while ago, and he was lamenting the level of misery at home. And they were sort of up to a point. One believe power no afọwọ́fà only problem here. And what did he mean? I make reference to time discussing, and specifically the fact that one of the things that happened at that time was that Akintola, in what was considered a highly vindictive move, reduced the salary of some obas. He mentioned the Oloye of Oye and the Onitaji of Itaji. Said he reduced their salaries to 2 shillings. And that I don't know what the salary was before, what it was. But you know, what it does, it may not be on youth more, and what I did find significant information is to say that a lot of us really do not have enough sense of history and identity. That is a major part of our problem today. It precipitate a level of dissonance.
Down by. When you these are the topics. Superficial. It's not. It's like salary and salary. The Awolowo government reduced the salary to 1 penny during it. So it's not unusual. So yeah, at the time, sorry, during the let even what in Daruko Majeko Dumi administration, to understand history, you have to look at the forces behind or why are these things happening, or laughing connect what really led to what. Now, for instance, during the time, to impose the emergency rule in the Western region, there was no problem on the street of anywhere in Western region.
No.
None.
Only the house.
Now,
It was only in the house.
Only in the house, not in judicial. What is that? The house, the federal house, what is that? House one not Tawon Ibo gan ari lori was turn judicial lura won. The problem at that time was at the house where after pass the vote of no confidence, Lori Akintola after not the commotion wa. And they impose emergency rule. What were they? Personal physician Tafa Balewa ni Majeko Dumi. And when the people will now say Chemi Yoruba, but look, all that be ki impose emergency rules. See Ọ̀ṣun àbí Ọ̀yọ́ ni gbàdúgbò. Màá gbọ́ mo fẹ́ ṣe example ni. Kí n wá fi Dr. Adeboye ṣe administrator. Ṣé bọ́bọ̀ pọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ ni wá nǹkan tí bá sọ tí bá wò ó jẹ́ ká di pẹ̀lú ara bí ṣé bá pò kan là ń pe kú sí. Same thing happened in the Western region. So much so during the emergency rule, gbogbo àwọn tó wà ní NNDP pẹ̀lú Chief Akintola ni Majeko Dumi fi ṣe caretaker ní each of the region. In my own area, my father had to go on exile as an action group candidate. And I was lost in exile.
No, okay.
Now, when we are relating history, I mean, I love here. Be a lady, she be Akintola reduce the no. Show reaction to the effect of the federal government. I want you to understand the history. History is not so much of the superficial reaction of a people. What here was just a reaction of a people to the oppression that started in 1961.
Okay.
So, she be in the West, what she went here, and then use that to justify. No. It was a reaction. Now, if Majeko Dumi had come there as an independent or a conciliator, to continue oppression, TNNDP, there wouldn't be wet there. Àbí tán bá ṣe election míì tán rig tí federal might tó tún pẹ̀lú wọn láti rig election, there wouldn't be. Now, what we are telling you today is to look at how they have used the federal might in Nigeria consistently. Right, the federal might in Nigeria consistently against the interests of all the Yorubas in the West.
Yellow Sydney.
So when you now see that, and that is resulting in underdevelopment, àwa náà ti wá dàbí tiwọn. Àwọn ọmọ jáde wọn ò ríṣẹ́. Hospital like described lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn. By 1962, our Saudi princes and all that, number one treatment UCH náà wá ń bàdàn. Today, ẹ̀yin ló ń lọ bẹ̀. If you have money, that is why Buhari has to do check-up or loss in London. You see, there is connection. Look, what I'm telling you, Dr. Akimola, is that all these those are superficial area of history. To yẹ action and reaction lóníkálukú ń ṣe. Ó dàbí ilé nísìnyí kan ní ẹnìkan wọn kò gbowó oṣù ní West nígbà yẹn. And then make history. No, that is not how history. You have to look at, like I said, look at the remote causes, look at the intermediate, and look at the last struggle, that is the immediate cause of history. Then you will be able to understand and interpret history. Thank you.
Ejo, sir. In mathematics, we talk about discrete and continuous. The continuity of slavery, colonialism, imperialism, appointment of plantation overseers from a transition to a pretend autonomy, and all of that stuff, they are all remote causes of Boba Shekula Loyo. They are all remote causes of being education by Kobo per year. They are all remote. The local event, when one Kobo must not forget how we got to that event. Because if we forget how we got to that event, we will be judging our future, our past, and our future in discrete isolations instead of a continuum. It's the continuum is not to be able to see the continuum, to look at matters as discrete particles. And that's what Professor Ayiloge and co are trying to, and Professor Ajayi, they are saying, look at the continuum. Ẹkún ló bá kó wá ní Yorùbá ń pè.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹkún ló bá kó wá.
Ẹkún náà ni bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ jẹ́ kí mú alàgbà Àtẹ́wọ́lógún, alàgbà Túnjí Àtẹ́wọ́lógún, ẹ ti wà lórí ọpọ́n o. Bàbá Bánjí Ayílóge ń bolẹ̀ lọ.
Mo sáré lọ ṣe gáàní, má bínú.
Without permission.
Sorry, mo rò pé Dr. Adébóyè máa pẹ́ lórí nǹkan tó sọ yẹn ni.
Láti tọrọ àyíkẹ́ tó lọ bẹ̀ẹ́ ọ̀nà.
Ṣé Àtẹ́wọ́lógún ló pè?
Ó tí mo fẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ gan-an nìyẹn.
Ẹ ṣe Àtẹ́wọ́lógún, má dábọ̀ yẹn lóhùn. Orí mo ṣe fárun ẹ̀ bíi ti àwọn Fúlàní.
Ẹ má dájà rẹ̀ bí o.
Ẹjọ́ kó tó di pé ọ̀gá yẹn ó stop kíní mi, because tó bá ti pé mo sọ̀rọ̀ méjì báyìí wọ́n á remove wọn ní jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́. Anyway, mo kọ́ fẹ́ sọ pé ẹ ṣé gan ni mo dúpẹ́ o. Gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ sọ yìí, I mean, it's a big opportunity fún wa láti gbọ́. Ó wú mi lórí gan pé mo gbọ́. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí Dr. Patrick ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, àwọn náà kì í ṣe ọmọdé mọ́. Àwa náà a ti kúrò lọ́mọdé báyìí o. A ti kúrò lọ́mọdé báyìí o. Ìgbà tí mo máa wọ Adó School lẹ́kìtì ń jọ́ sí, ó máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ Christ school, but you know, ó ti kúrò ńbẹ̀ nísìn. They are living on the past glory. GCI now living on the past glory. GCI now living, Government College Ibadan now living on the past glory. Everybody.
Oyè mẹ́kùn lórí wà lójú ọpọ́n tí oyè
mẹ́kùn. Àwọn oyè mẹ́kùn yẹn wọ́n ti ọ̀rẹ́kùn kankan mú mọ́. However, I want to ask a question about some people that were mentioned that time. Agbaje Williams, Chief Rosiji. Is Agbaje Williams from Ibadan? Why were their names changing like that?
Ìjẹ̀ṣà ni Agbaje Williams.
Agbaje Williams.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kí ló tí wọ́n wá ń change orúkọ wọn báyẹn into sí?
Wọ́n change.
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ sí?
Ẹ jẹ́ ṣé mo lè dáhùn?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ.
Àwọn Yorùbá wọ́n ní eléèkú ló lọ́bẹ.
Ẹlẹ́ran ló làkọ́bí.
Nígbà tí wọ́n kó tí wọ́n dé tí àwọn tí wọ́n kó lẹ́rú tí wọ́n release wọn ní Sierra Leone ní Freetown wọ́n dá school kan lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ tí wọ́n pè ní Forabe College ní Forabe College yẹn wọ́n ṣe sọ wọn kalẹ̀ báyìí kí wọ́n tó gbé wọn sí Forabe College wọ́n sà wọ́n lámì wọ́n sọ gbé wọn di Christian ìmọ̀lé ní Ajayi Crowther tí a pè ní Ajayi Crowther yẹn ìmọ̀lé ìmọ̀lé bàbá ẹ̀ lóṣogùn so ìgbà tí wọ́n kó wọn débẹ̀ Macaulay ètò wọn ń pè ní Macaulay ní ti Reverend TB Macaulay tó dá CMS Grammar School Lagos sílẹ̀ òun náà gbogbo orúkọ wọn gbà tó bá ń sàwọn lámì wọn á fún wọn ní orúkọ tí ó jẹ́ tòyìnbó irú èmi tí mo jókòó níwájú yín nísìnyí ò fẹ́ jẹ́wọ́ ni mo lórúkọ òyìnbó.
mo mọ̀ mi ò kàn fẹ́ sọ ni.
tó bá sọ fún ọ wọn pè lẹ́jọ́ ibi tí mo bá ọ lọ ni pé bá a ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn mùsùlùmí ń jẹ́ síríkàtù múràtù ìgbàwo is part of colonizing people's minds to say that their names are not worthy enough.
Ibi Olúṣọlá tó wà ní mọ orúkọ ṣúná.
Màá sọ orúkọ bàbá Adébóyè tẹ́ bá ti sọ tèmi pẹ́rẹ́.
So, wọ́n lè ọkọ̀ Ìbàdàn but the point I'm making ni pé èmi ni Williams ni o èmi ni Egerton Shingu ni o èmi ni Ajayi Crowther ni o bí gbogbo wọn ṣe gba orúkọ òyìnbó ní Sierra Leone yẹn kí wọ́n tó padà wálé nígbà tí wọ́n dẹ̀ padà wálé tí wọ́n lọ́lá tí wọ́n yẹ wọn sí àwa tí wọ́n bá ń bẹ̀ náà fẹ́ dàbí wọn àwa náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí pé àwọn olóko òyìnbó àbí eléèkú ló lọ́ọ̀bẹ òyìnbó ló lèkú àwọn ló create a culture tó fún wa ní inferiority complex enough to say orúkọ wa ò dáa àfi tó bá jọ ti wọn. In 1954 ìgbà tí wọ́n sọ pé Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ òun ni president of the House of Chiefs ẹnìkan sọ fún mi ní pé bàbá yẹn gbà tó ń ṣe iṣẹ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ Martin Adérẹ̀mí lórúkọ ẹ̀ Martin Adérẹ̀mí ó sì wá dáadé sọjí àwọn nǹkan tí mo kọ́ 1954 Adégòkè Adélabú Government College tẹ̀sán yẹn ló lọ
Sànúsí
kí lórúkọ ẹgbà náà Gbàdàmọ̀sí Sànúsí Awólọ́wọ̀ Jeremiah
ẹbẹt
ẹjẹ jálẹ ṣe rí wípé nǹkan bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí change tẹ́ bá wo family àwọn Alákìjà half of them now kí wọ́n tó padà sí Alákìjà Pierce lórúkọ wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àwọn tó jẹ́ rẹ́bù nù family wọn ló sọ pé àwọn orúkọ yẹn máa Alákìjà làwọn máa jẹ́
àwọn ransom kuti náà
the period ta fi ń wà mọ́ èmi ò so nǹkan tí mo sọ ni pé a ti ń yí padà kò sí certificate mi kankan tí ò ní Adéníran Adébóyè nínú kò sórúkọ òyìnbó bẹ́ẹ̀ 1954 ni mo change ọmọ Àkúrẹ́ ni tíṣà wa ń gbà yẹn tí mo lọ bá mo ní mo fẹ́ yí orúkọ yín padà tíṣà tẹ́yìn ò lè dojúkọ ó ní kí ló dé mo ní mo dẹ̀ sọ fún mo ní Adérẹ̀mí was Martin Awólọ́wọ̀ was Jeremiah this Adélabú was Gbàdàmọ̀sí Sànúsí èmi náà mo fẹ́.
èmi náà from.
This is a personal thing that when I turned 18, I went to Akure High Court. Mo dey declare pé mi kọ́ ló ń jẹ́ baptismal name mi. So that is why today, láti ìgbà yẹn, you see my name is Ọlábánjí Ayílóge. Tó bá fẹ́ pè já nìyẹn, àwọn àbúrò mi bíi Àtẹ́ológún tí ò ń gbọ́ mi bẹ́ẹ̀. Mo mọ̀ pé mo mọ̀ pé orúkọ tiẹ̀ bóyá ti ṣúná ẹ̀ àbí kìíní o hide ẹ̀ síbì kan o change ẹ̀ legally.
Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ tí wọ́n dẹ̀ bí lẹ́yìn mi.
Èmi change tèmi mo lọ because torí nǹkan tó wá sad nsìn. No, this is on a serious note. Nǹkan tó wá sad nsìn is that gbogbo seal tá a fi change ẹ̀ ńgbà yẹn àwọn èèyàn ti tún padà I have a friend that Dr. Oluwajana mo àti argues. Ó ní orúkọ Christian òun ni pé Christian name ni. But mo ní tó bá jẹ́ Christian name tó bá ní ìwọ Adéníran Ọládàpọ̀ orúkọ ẹ ṣé ìyẹn òun ṣe Christian? Olórúkọ tí orúkọ yìí túmọ̀ ẹ̀ lélẹ̀ mo wá ní òkè. Tó bá sọ yìí pé ẹ fún mi lórúkọ òyìnbó kan tẹ́ mọ̀ túmọ̀ ẹ̀.
James.
Kí ni túmọ̀ James?
Jemisi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá lọ ṣe translation ta òdòwò fún yín o.
So unfortunately, nígbà tí mo wà nílé, there was a person, information officer mi ní ministry. Nígbà tó bímọ ó wá bá mi nílé tán gbóyè àwọn àtìyàwó because we were very friendly. Adémọ́lá lórúkọ ọmọ tí ọjọ́ kan látẹ̀ wá lọ tán wá ń pè bàbá Marvin. Mo wá bí o ti bímọ kejì náà ní rárá. Tatu náà ń pè ó wá ní ọmọ tó ń gbé wá. Marvin ó ní yes. Ó change orúkọ ẹ̀ ó lóun prefer orúkọ Marvin yẹn tó Adémọ́lá. Adémọ́lá. Ǹjẹ́ o mọ̀ túmọ̀ kí ló ń jẹ́ Marvin? Ó ní it's just an English name. Okay, kí ló ń jẹ́ Adémọ́lá? Ó sọ Adémọ́lá fún mi. When you look at all these things, àwọn ọ̀sìn, the new generation, that is why I keep saying, ipe gbogbo ìjàgbara ẹni tẹ́ ń try láti gbà tí generation yìí bá ti lọ, àwọn tó ń bọ̀ ò tiẹ̀ ní clue.
Ẹjọ́ mà tí ń bá máa ní láti sọ̀rọ̀ sí nígbà tí wọ́n sọ orúkọ mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Ìgbà tèmi ń dàgbà tí wọ́n bí àwọn àbúrò mi, bàbá mi sọ pé kò sí kankan tó ń láti jẹ́ orúkọ òyìnbó nínú wọn. So bàbá mi so gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, àwọn prof àǹkó tó wà ní káàkiri right now, mo discover pé nígbà tí mo wá gbọ́njú mo discover pé wọ́n ti ẹ̀ lórúkọ òyìnbó kankan.
Oh, good.
Wọ́n ní orúkọ òyìnbó kankan. So nígbà tí tèmi jẹ́ tí wọ́n sọ èmi ní Adétúnjí, Ọlásùnkànmí, wọ́n ò pé orúkọ òyìnbó wo ni wọ́n bàbá mi kò sí orúkọ òyìnbó kankan táwọn ọmọ òun kankan lè jẹ́. So Àtẹ́wọ́lógún is justified tó jẹ́ pé it's my grandfather's name or great grandfather jẹ́ pé I never know but when I asked further, they told me how the name came about.
He was a very good man. I know your grandfather. He was a very nice man.
Ẹ má gbàgbé o, àtẹ́wọ́ ẹni lógún ẹni o.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ẹgbàá.
Ẹ má jẹ́ ká bú àwọn tó lórúkọ òyìnbó o.
Àwọn bí ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan tó ń jẹ́ Franklin.
No, àwọn tó ń sọ ọmọ wọn lórúkọ òyìnbó ní jẹ́ ká bú, kì í ṣe àwọn tó ń jẹ torí tí wọ́n bá bí ọ sínú ilé Williams nísìnyí, tí bàbá yẹn jẹ́ Williams, tí grandfather yẹn jẹ́ Williams, á nira díẹ̀ láti change last name yẹn.
Kí ló nira ń bẹ̀?
Ṣé bí Fẹlá change orúkọ tiẹ̀ ó ní Aníkúlápó.
Gbogbo ayé ló wá dàbí Fẹlá ni.
Prof Fẹlá àti bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ nìkan ló change, Prof ò change.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ ò change o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ wá bí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ ò change bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́.
Ṣùgbọ́n orúkọ òyìnbó tí wọ́n fún wa ń gbà yẹn, ara iṣẹ́ àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe pè wọ́n not colonialists but imperialists. Wípé wọn tiẹ̀ fẹ́ ká tiẹ̀ pé a tiẹ̀ ní ìtàn torí orúkọ wa ó mú ìtàn wá. Wọ́n ní ilé là ń wò ká tó sọmọ lórúkọ. Tó tá bá sọ orúkọ yẹn, ó pẹ̀lú gbogbo nǹkan tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ìdílé yẹn àti ní agboolé àti ní ìlú. So yàtọ̀ sí àwọn ará tó ti Sierra Leone bọ̀, nígbà tán bá ní ó ti di ìgbàgbọ́, ó ti di Kristẹni, ó gbọ́dọ̀ tún jà. Àwọn ìṣùgbà yìí, Ògúndélé, wọ́n mọ̀ wípé àwọn òrìṣà wa nìyẹn, ẹ̀sìn wa nìyẹn. So wọ́n á ní kán mú orúkọ yẹn kúrò.
ẹni tó wá jẹ́ Ògúnmọ́dẹ̀dẹ̀ tó lò wọ Ògún.
Wá fún wọn ní Jewish name.
Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wa tán jẹ́ bí Ògúnmọ́dẹ̀dẹ̀.
Wọ́n ní Olúwamọ́dẹ̀dẹ̀.
Olúwamọ́dẹ̀dẹ̀ wọ́n á yàtọ̀ gédégédé sí fámílì wọn. Ẹ dákun ẹ ṣeun à ń bá bọ̀ náà. Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Ọmọlọ́lá iṣẹ́ fẹ́ dá sí. Mo ti tú yín lẹ̀ o. Ẹ túra yín.
Ẹ̀yin bàbá wa àti ẹ̀yin màmá wa mo kí yín kú iwájú.
Prince Adéwálé mo ń bọ̀ o, ẹ dúró dè mí o.
Mo gbádùn ìtàn tí ó ní ṣe ìgbà tèmi wà gbà kékeré, àwọn ìtàn mi bẹ́ẹ̀ tó jáde ńbẹ̀ tí mo tún kéré jù báyìí lọ. Àgbà ò ní tán lórílẹ̀.
Àṣẹ.
Ọwọ́ kan tèmi kàn fẹ́ fi kún ni wípé ẹ̀sìn àjèjì tó ti gbilẹ̀ láàrin wa tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n fi tàn wá, ẹ foríjì mí o, èmi ò sọ pé kéèyàn má kírun, kì í sọ pé kéèyàn má lọ sí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì. Ní àná ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan ó pè mí láti UK, ó wá sọ pé ó fi owó kan ránṣẹ́ sí ilẹ̀ yìí, ó fẹ́ kí wọ́n bá wọn ra ọkọ̀, ṣùgbọ́n ìgbà tó wó dé ilẹ̀ yìí, ẹni tí wọ́n ní kí ẹni tó fẹ́ gba owó, èmi máa ń tì ó ní lóun ò rí owó gbà kí ara dé owó sì ti délẹ̀ yìí, wọ́n láti máa béèrè pé kí ni ọjọ́ ìbí ẹni tó fowó ránṣẹ́ láti UK. Báńkì ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ báyẹn, ó ní òun ò lè máa dáhùn eléyìí, ọwọ́ ń tẹ̀lé ti máa béèrè kí lọ́jọ́ orí rẹ̀, ọjọ́ wo ni ẹ bí. Ní wá pé onítìí náà ní olóòtú gbogbo tó wá pè mí, mo ní ọjọ́ lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ báńkì rẹ̀. Sọ tó o bá ń gbówó rìn láti ìlú kan sí ibì kan, tó o bá ti pọ̀, tó o bá ti ń lọ bí $10,000, wọ́n máa bí ọ léèrè ńlẹ̀ pé nbo ló ti rí, nbo ní ti ń bọ̀.
Ó ṣàlàyé ara rẹ̀.
Lédè kúkúrú, ìgbà tí ó wá lọ sí báńkì rẹ̀, báńkì wa ní pé owó yẹn gangan wọ́n ti tún dá owó yẹn padà nítorí pé wọn ò gbà. Máa ní pé mo ní ìwọ, ó lóun sì fura, òun fura nǹkan tí ń ṣe òun bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ló ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sóun rí, kí a lọ́ à ń ṣe ọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó kọ mùsùlùmí méjì ló ń jẹ́, ó kọ bàbá, òun jẹ́ Hussein, ó ní láyé Saddam Hussein, ó ní tójú òun rí. Ó kọ alákọ̀ọ́kọ́, ó kọ mùsùlùmí, ó kọ ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì, ó kọ bàbá Hussein. Ó ní pé mo lọ́dà náà, ó ní pé ó ní ṣùgbọ́n bí ìyàwó òun bá fowó ránṣẹ́, ìyàwó ń jẹ́ ó kọ pé ìyàwó òun ò níṣòro tó jẹ́ mọ́ báyẹn. Ara àwọn nǹkan tí ó ń sọsẹ́ ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa, a ti gba wèrè mẹ́sìn. Ọ̀nà àti bọ́ nínú rẹ̀ wa ó lágbára díẹ̀, nítorí pé a ti pa àṣà àti ìṣe wa, a ti pátì. Tá bá bọ́ sí agbo àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe òṣèlú dáadáa, mo mọ̀ pé gbogbo àná là mọ eléyìí. Ẹ tó bá ti rin ìrìn òṣèlú lábẹ́lẹ̀ yóò mọ̀. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ olóṣèlú tí wọ́n bá bọ́ síta, tí wọ́n bá sọ pé a ṣe léyìí, a ṣe tọ̀hún, wọ́n á máa wí, ṣùgbọ́n olúkakú ní tó máa tọpa ẹ̀sìn rẹ̀ lábẹ́lẹ̀. Àwọn mùsùlùmí tí wọ́n jẹ́ agbo nínú àjọ mùsùlùmí kan, wọ́n sọ pé tiwa nìwọ, wọ́n fà mọ́ra. Ní ti àwọn ìlànà ti ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì náà, wọ́n fà mọ́ra. Kò sí èdè mi ò ti fojú mi rí, kò dẹ̀ sí ìpàdé tí mi ò ti lọ rí. Ẹ foríjì mí.
Eré abo ni ti ṣé Ìlọrin ni ti.
Tèmi ọmọ Èjìgbò ni mí ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun.
Lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ gbọ̀ngàn.
So mo sì ti ṣe kánsílọ̀ níbẹ̀ rí.
Okay. So mẹ́ta lọ́kàn lẹ́yìn ṣe.
Ẹ foríjì mí, ilẹ̀ gbogbo ilẹ̀ Ọ̀wọ̀ ni.
Ilẹ̀ Ọ̀wọ̀ dé Amẹ́ríkà sá o, ilẹ̀ Ọ̀wọ̀ dé bí o.
Ṣùgbọ́n kókó tí mo fẹ́ sọ ni yí pé mi ò lòdì sí, mo rí pé àwọn bí àwa mi bẹ èmi ò sọ pé ká má ṣe ẹ̀sìn wa ṣùgbọ́n ká máa ronú wípé ẹ̀sìn tí wọ́n mú wá yẹn gangan àṣà ní ń bẹ lábẹ́ rẹ̀ èrò tí wọ́n ní ń bẹ lábẹ́ rẹ̀ gbígbé lárugẹ tí wọ́n ní ń bẹ lábẹ́ rẹ̀. Mo ní ọ̀rẹ́ ó ń jẹ́ Ògún ṣe kinní kan ìgbà tó yá ló bá ní pé òun ti ń lọ kinní ó ní Jésù ṣe kinní kan ló yí ó padà sí ṣùgbọ́n kò kí ṣe nǹkan tó bá wù yín ó kọ tó bá wù ọmọ ló lè jẹ́ ní ẹ̀yìn odi
ògbéjọ́sì jẹ́ màánú
àbókí so kò ṣe pé bóyá mo fi ń ta ẹ̀rẹ̀ bá nǹkan ààrẹ lómi tó ń ṣe ẹ̀sìn ìwà gangan lẹ̀sìn ìyá lè máa ṣẹ̀sìn ìbílẹ̀ bíwà rẹ̀ ọba ti dá kọ̀ lẹ́sìn ìyá lè máa lọ sí mọ́sálásí bíwà rẹ̀ ọba ti dá kọ̀ lẹ́sìn ìyá lè máa lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì bíwà rẹ̀ ọba ti dá kọ̀ lẹ́sìn ṣùgbọ́n àṣà tiwa tó jẹ́ àṣà àwọn bàbá wa kí wọ́n á ló dé tó yẹ pé àwa ò máa ronú ó ti wù ká ṣẹ̀sìn òkèrè tó nísìn bí mo kú sínú ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì nísìn bí mo dé Jerusalem àwọn Júù ò mọ̀ mí bí mo sì pẹ́ ní mọ́sálásí àwọn ará Saudi wọn ò mọ̀ mí yìí tí ì rí ará Saudi kan tó pé yóò sọ ọmọ rẹ̀ ní Báyọ̀ Ọmọlọ́lá n ò tí ì rí ọ̀kan kan tí ń jókòó Yorùbá kódà mo ò rè tí ń dé fìlà Yorùbá gangan n ò rè tí ń wẹ̀wù Yorùbá kí wá ló ṣe àwa yóò ní sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀
ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ sọ iná
ti tó fún wa tá a ṣe.
Ìwọ̀nba tẹ́ sọ iná pọ̀.
Olótù
àwọn mẹ́ta péré àwọn méjì péré ló kù tí wọ́n.
ẹ jẹ́ àgbọ̀ ẹ tún gbé sí jàrẹ́ kí ara jàrẹ́ kan tún sọ̀rọ̀ náà Dr. Olúwàjánà ń wojú yín látara.
Mo ti rí wọn àwọn náà mo fẹ́ mú lẹ́yìn tí bàbá Adébóyè bá parí kó mọ̀ ní pé mo gbẹ ẹ̀dùn náà bàbá àgbàlagbà kó lu ọmọdé tí ó màṣà bàbá Adébóyè.
Pòfẹ́sọ̀ tó sọ̀rọ̀ tán nísìnyí Báyọ̀ Ọmọlọ́lá oríkì ilé wọn ọmọ onídàá kọ̀mọ̀nà ọmọ amúdàgàngán fi bánẹ̀ lórí ọmọ agbẹ̀jẹ̀dẹ̀ àrùn náà náà. Oríkì yẹn àwọn àti ọba Benin ni wọ́n jọ ń jẹ. Lórí ọba Benin royal family Benin part of their oríkì ni Oviada ọmọ onídà. Ìtọ́jẹ́ kí gbé yìí wáyé ni ìbéèrè tẹ́nìkan béèrè pé ǹjẹ́ àwọn ará bíi ìkara wọn mọ́ wa tábàlà fẹ́ ṣòdùà nation jẹ́ wọ́n á bá wa lọ àti wọnú ara wa ti pẹ́ wọ́n lóríkì ẹ wá sọ oríkì sàdánà fún mi.
Ọmọ àgbẹ̀ ṣòkòtò gbogbo ṣòkòtò.
Ẹ gbọ́ pé Yorùbá pòwe tán ni wọ́n pàṣẹ kù wọ́n ní èmi ò pé kí Gàmbàrí ọmọ sùn rárá àmọ́
kọ́jà kìyà mi.
Nítorí pé wọn ò lókì ni nítorí ìjọba mọ̀ ṣe bí ẹ̀kọ́ ni ó ṣe rí alàgbà dókítà Fọlájogún Olúwàjánà ẹ béèrè yín lẹ́yìn náà wọ́n pe alàgbà Prince Adéwálé ẹ ti wà lójú ọpọ́n.
Ẹ ṣeun olóòtú mo sáré lọ sí mítì kan ṣùgbọ́n mo ti ṣe yẹn pápápá torí mo fẹ́ gbọ́ sítórì gbogbo lálẹ́ yẹn ṣe ń gbọ́.
a ti sọ sítórì dìnnà.
mo bá
látago mẹ́ta àbọ̀.
mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn historian wa gbogbo ìbá tí mo gbọ́ ń bẹ̀ ó jẹ́ kí inú mi dùn pé history kì í ṣe subject tí mo fẹ́ràn títí torí àmúlùmálà tí gbogbo wọn sọ yóò pọ̀. Wọ́n ní
especially bàbá Ayélóge.
Kíndé caucuses ṣùgbọ́n bí bàbá Adéníran ti sọ pé ìkan àti ìkan méjì ló jẹ́ kò sí nǹkan míì tó lè dá ní wọn mọ́ kì í yíyàn lóru ibi tèmi ní tó yá mi lára nílé ìwé nìyẹn ṣùgbọ́n ní nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ sọ I'm very happy pé ẹ sọ history wọ̀nyẹn because what is happening now is very akin to what happened in the past. So my question is, if this, because I'm also saying we are going to boycott this 2023 election, if we boycott that election and it happened to go, and the other part or some parts had election or said they had election and then brought out a result and said we have to obey it. Is a wet going to happen again?
Mi ò mẹ́ni tí wọ́n fẹ́ kó dáhùn ọbẹ̀ tèmi ní àǹgò kan.
Ẹ̀yin mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta tẹ́tí sọ̀rọ̀ history mo fẹ́ kó dáhùn.
Well, okay, number one. Surely election 1964 yẹn. Yeah, we learn from that, but another lesson.
So ti di. Ṣé o fẹ́ kí n tan kámẹ́rà ni?
Ta ló ń jí, ta ló ń sùn bẹ́ẹ̀? Another lesson ni mo fẹ́ fast forward. Ní 1998, ta sọ wípé ẹ jẹ́ kí a kọ constitution mi, and let us also go to national conference before we have this constitution. And otherwise, let the Yoruba stay behind and not participate in the Abubakar transition. Our politicians did they pay her a too fakey repeat of what happened in 1964, Shelley. In which case, that election in 1964 has now become an albatross. Lọ́rùn Yorùbá, okay, if you want to point to a situation tó jẹ́ pé a boycott election tí ò support wa á náwó sí yẹn, àwọn tó fẹ́ force wa náà láti ṣe election, àwọn náà wọ́n á sọ yẹn. That was why we were questioning the wisdom of those who said, well, kò ní ṣe election. How do you want to do that? Well, define it. But it looks like what Adebanjo was saying was that kì í ṣe Yorùbá nìkan ló máa boycott election yẹn. That those who signed to the principle as espoused by Ninas, that is, gbogbo àwọn Yorùbá, Igbo, fake, kìíní lọ sí middle belt, normal boycott. How or the modality of that boycott kò tí ì yé àwa.
Yes, sir.
Bàbá Adébóyè.
Ẹ ṣeun. Yorùbá ní ẹ̀dá tó mọ̀ ọ̀la ò sí.
Ló dífá fún.
Ló dífá fún àtẹ̀wọ́lógún.
Tó fi ń fọwọ́ ara ẹ̀, tó fi ń fa gbùrù l'Amẹ́ríkà.
Tí ó mọ̀ bóyá ọlọ́run lọ́la, bóyá lọ́kì kan wà tó fara pamọ́ fún wọn.
The Yoruba, the Ninas, have never gotten together before to say that they have a uniform position. So to me, their decision is progress. Either the progress will lead to a real possibility, if it is still there, of some form of Nigeria, which I doubt, or the point of the matter is we cannot those people who got together from various regions of Nigeria and say Otitoge Omalefi. I don't know what instrumentality they have for implementing their agenda, but I don't see their agenda as ignoble. And I don't want to appeal to 1964 anymore, because in 1964, it was only Western Nigeria. In fact, Western state. That is, they want to give me to a school hour. So it's a different ball game now. We are wiser. In 1964, you could count the number of high school graduates in any one town on the fingers of two hands. Today, you cannot count the number of university educated people. So you tira. And then when that is being said about not just a region, but 4 regions out of 6, it's not empty talk anymore. Not that I know how they plan to implement their will, but I want I love all people of Nigeria, Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, Igbo. I just want ki iya kó parí. Kẹ́nìkan kó má mú ẹlòmíì ní mùmú ẹran ọ̀sìn.
Fọ́n ti tọ̀ sí gbẹ́gìrì kẹ́lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kẹ́.
And tí a bá máa ní autonomy, tá a bá máa ní independence, tá a bá máa dàbí àwọn yòókù ní Japan, ní Europe, ní gbáláwo, we must be able to make our own decisions. We must be able to seek our own peace. And that's what I think these people are pursuing.
Ẹ ṣeun. Alàgbà Ọmọọba Adéwálé, ẹ ti wà lójú ọpọ́n, kí ni ìbéèrè yín?
Ẹ ṣé ìyá mi, mo kí yín, mo dẹ̀ kí àwọn bàbá wa náà àti ìyá wa èèyàn amòye mẹ́ta. Ẹ ṣé gan ni, ẹ kú ọgbọ́n, ẹ kú àgbà, ẹ kú lọ. A máa rí yín bá o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ìbéèrè mi ó máa dá sí bí ọ̀nà méjì àbí mẹ́ta.
Ẹ má jò pé mẹ́ta o, àwa tá a gbà wẹ̀.
Ẹ bá mi ní ìyá mi, ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ sà, mà pẹ̀lú history tẹ́ sọ látòrí Clifford títí dé McPherson constitution, ó dàbí pé àwọn leaders wa ń gbà yẹn wọ́n make a mistake tó make lójú tèmi. Ó dàbí bíi pé once tó ní self-rule as far back as 51 or 1957. So why tó fi wá decide láti gba independence pẹ̀lú Nigeria tí wọn kúkú dúró kán gba full independence wọn ìlò instead of joining Nigeria? Then second part, now tabawo dáadáa sà mà, ó dàbí pé àwa Yorùbá they are the most hatred tribe ní àárín Nigeria, in the sense that látòrí constitution ẹ títí up till now, everything tó ń ṣe not try láti work against our progress. And unfortunately, àwọn part of our leader ń gbà ẹ tó jẹ́ Afẹ́nifẹ́re, they are still now clamoring for restructuring. Kí náà fẹ́ restructure? Why do we have to stay? Since tó jẹ́ pé a lè make a progress within Nigeria. So, thirdly, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ sà, ẹ̀yin bàbá àti ìyá mi, is there any way tó jẹ́ pé lè fi train àwọn agitators wa nílé, so that most of this history àwọn tó wà nílé àti àwọn tó younger wọ́n á lè mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀? Kò ní jẹ́ pé ẹ̀yin bàbá wa nìkan lè máa mọ̀ history, so that ẹlòmíì tó bá tiẹ̀ ní idea pé okay, because wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ sí pé àwọn ti gba restructuring o, wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe kíní kan. Táwọn èèyàn bá ní òkè o, ẹ jẹ́ ká tún lọ sí restructuring, and the same regional government don practice títà fàábà labour tó impose emergency government, the same one náà tún fẹ́ ká lọ sí. Kí ni tendency pé kí wọ́n ti ní ṣe padà? So I think the best way is ká stick sí orí independence wa, ká máa lọ. Àwọn ìbéèrè tẹ́tẹ̀ ká fi lè nínú.
Ìbéèrè kan nìyẹn, ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ sọ́lẹ̀ yìí. Kí la tún fẹ́ sọ sí gbogbo wọ̀nyẹn? Ibi tá àwa gan forí sí ibẹ̀ náà lẹ fẹsẹ̀ sí la fẹsẹ̀ sí. So mi ò rí nǹkan tí.
Actually, ìyàtọ̀ tó wà láàrin.
Babáńjí, àròjù yín mọ́ o.
Ṣé ìwọ ló yọjú mi kúrò ni?
Àìní ò yọjú ní o, ó ti bù.
Actually, ibi tí wọ́n bá ọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
Ó ní host ló ní o start mi o.
Èmi ká àásù, ó ní kí n sọ fún yín pé àwọn kí ni àwọn ọmọ parọ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ̀kan.
Anyway, so ibi tí wọ́n bá ọ̀rọ̀ lọ, tí wọ́n sọ pé ẹ̀bí wa ní kinní kan mi ò rò bẹ́ẹ̀ o a gbọ́dọ̀ padà sí tá a bá nígbà tá a gba self government ló ṣe tá a mọ̀ lọ wọn ò fún wa láàyè ẹ̀ ní ìgbà tí wọ́n ṣe London Constitutional Conference ká tó gba kinní kí lórúkọ Secretary of State for the Colonies nígbà yẹn òun ló sọ fún Awólọ́wọ̀ òun àti Azikiwe wọ́n ti dì í because Awólọ́wọ̀ was for extreme federalism Azikiwe was not and they got the Sardauna to be sitting on the fence ìgbà tí wọ́n ní pàgídí Awólọ́wọ̀ pọ̀ jù wọ́n lọ negotiate àwọn mẹ́ta pé tí wọn ò bá ṣọ́ra Awólọ́wọ̀ tiẹ̀ ní wà ń bẹ̀ mọ́ káwọ́lọ́wọ̀ bá wà ń bẹ̀ Western region wà ń bẹ̀ so part of the thing tí mò ń sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ni pé lẹ́ẹ̀kú ló lọ bẹ Awólọ́wọ̀ wanted Nigeria he thought it could work but he wanted a very true federal structure he got some of what he wanted but they blackmailed him away against for what he wanted blackmail tí wọ́n wá ṣe fún Azikiwe and I must come back to this ó ní ó jẹ́ k'Azikiwe ó gba alliance pẹ̀lú Action Group in 1960 kì í ṣe pé ó kórìíra Awólọ́wọ̀ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ àbúbẹ̀rù ẹ̀ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ bíi pé àwọn Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ti sọ fún un pé tó o bá lọ bá Sardauna ṣèjọba ní federal level tó o bá lọ ṣe a máa gbé result Foster Sorting Inquiry of 1958 jáde ẹ̀wọ̀n ló lọ so mo ṣe sọ pé lẹ́ẹ̀kú ló lọ bẹ́ẹ̀. A massively illiterate people represented by a handful of lawyers and doctors and what have you. They couldn't over-dramatize what we needed. They could only hope that they will win some points. Òyìnbó ò fìgbà kan fi wá lọ́rùn lẹ̀ bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Àfi tá a bá fẹ́ parọ́ tán wá jẹ́. Ta ló ní gbogbo company tó ṣiṣẹ́ nílé? Ta ni ọ̀tọ̀lẹ́ni tí ó gbé ọ̀tọ̀lẹ́ni tó gbégunu ọ̀tọ̀lẹ́ni tí gbowó àpò ọ̀tọ̀lẹ́ni tí ná.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àbí ẹ má jẹ́ ká fojú fo kí ni ẹ̀dá kò sígbà tá a ní agbára kankan agbára tá a máa ní nísìn tá a bá ní àtọ̀ is to go and educate our people to ask for the right thing àti ìṣerú ẹ̀rí èbó là ń sọ bí àjàkàrà.
Ẹ jọ. Ṣé mo lè sọ̀rọ̀?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Ntẹ́mi ń wò ní wípé wọ́n do election 2023. Ṣé self-determination ó máa bọ́ sí 2023? Òun ni ìjọba tó wà lórí àtẹ̀báyìí tí ò sọ nǹkan kan láti ìgbà tá a ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí. So kí ni a wá máa ṣe tí wọ́n bá ṣe election 2023? Èkíní tí máa sọ ni wípé nípa gbogbo àwọn gbogbo àwọn minority groups àti tí wọ́n jọ papọ̀ mọ́ self-determination àti middle belt ni o ti south ni o kí gbogbo wa fohùn ṣọ̀kan má tún dàbí pé ẹnìkan da ilẹ̀ sílẹ̀ ká fohùn ṣọ̀kan ókè o a ò ní dìbò o kí yẹn dájú bẹ́ẹ̀ bí ò bá jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́yìn 2023 tí a bá tí rí self-determination ẹ jẹ́ ká túbọ̀ máa sọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ ká dẹ̀ máa ṣe ká máa ìgbésẹ̀ ńláńlá tá à ń ṣe yìí. Kì í ṣe pé ókè o 2023 rẹ̀ lọ a ò rí self-determination káwọ́ rò.
Ìjọba.
Then nípa wẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀ tó yí wọ́n béèrè èmi rò yí pé àsìkò ti kọjá wẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀ ilẹ̀ ti lọ jù yẹn lọ torí náà la ṣe ń zoom tá à ń bára wa sọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń ṣèpàdé kí ni a lè ṣe kí ni nǹkan tí a máa ṣe nípa security kí ni nǹkan tá a máa ṣe nípa àwọn tó ń pààyàn àwọn tó ń kidnap kí la máa ṣe nípa ìyà tí ó ń jẹ wá so nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ nìyẹn pé àsìkò ti kọjá àsìkò wẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀ báyìí ó ti jù yẹn lọ.
Adéṣọlá.
Ẹ ṣeun, mo fẹ́ mú.
Ó pọ́dún kan lé ní o.
Ẹ̀dùn náà, mo fẹ́ mú ìbéèrè ẹnìkan mọ́ ká lè bá kó gbogbo ẹ̀ pọ̀ torí ọjọ́ ń rebi àná. Dókítà Olúgbénga Ẹkúndayọ̀, Professor Bàbá Sàpẹ̀nà ti wà lójú ọpọ́n, ó yá.
Ẹ ṣeun ìyá Ìwénilọ́mọ. Nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ béèrè ni wípé ẹ ti fẹ́ sọ mọ́rọ̀, ṣùgbọ́n mo fẹ́ kí a wò ó ní ibi tó ti máa dán mọ́rán, nítorí pé tá a bá ń sọ lókè tá a bá jẹ́ kó wọlẹ̀ díẹ̀, àwọn èèyàn ní mọ̀ nǹkan tó máa ṣe nípa ẹ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ ó ń fi hàn mí pé ọ̀rọ̀ àtúntò kọ́ lọ̀rọ̀ yìí rárá, ọ̀rọ̀ ìjàgbara òmìnira tiwa ni. Torí gbogbo nǹkan tí a bá sọ pé a fẹ́ tò, wọ́n ti ní ọ̀nà tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n fi ba gbogbo ẹ̀ jẹ́. Àwọn nǹkan kan tá a ti tò tẹ́lẹ̀ síṣẹ́ tá a ti tò lẹ̀ sílẹ̀, wọ́n ti fọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀. Ìyẹn ni pé ṣe rí àwọn ọ̀nà tẹ́ ń sọ yẹn, ṣé ẹ ti wò ó bóyá ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ là wá lóye bóyá ọ̀nà wà tí a ṣe lè mú àwọn òjèlú tó ń ṣòṣèlú àti gbogbo orú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ̀nyẹn tó ń sọ pé àwọn làwọn ń ṣe aṣojú wa láti lè yí padà láti ṣe nǹkan tó ní ṣe. Nítorí pé ṣe rí tí a bá sọ ọ̀rọ̀ 2023 pé a fẹ́ ṣe àwọn ní dìbò, àwọn tá a lọ kó síwájú yẹn àwọn wọn kàn máa lọ yíwèé ni o, nítorí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ kí tí ẹ ń ṣe pà ń ṣèbò tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀. So kí ni ẹ̀dùn àwọn ọ̀nà owó la lè lò láti fi yí wọn wọlé? Sọ ilé tó jẹ́ pé ìpàtà bá wí wọn máa sọ. Ẹ ṣeun.
Àdìbò à ń di òjòrò ọ̀dà atọ́kùn ṣé béèrè ní tiyín náà káwọn alábàbà kò pọ̀ ká lè mọ̀ sọ.
Ẹ ṣe olótú gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Ẹkúndayọ̀ ti sọ, mo rò pé òkété ti bóòrù ní lẹ́bù tá a wà báyìí. Bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí lọ́wọ́ táwa ń dà sọ́tún tá à ń dà sótì, àwọn tá à ń bá sọ yẹn tá à ń wò lókè, àwọn ti mọ ọgbọ́n àti ọ̀nà tó máa gbà láti da ohunkóhun tí àwa rò lérò ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá láti ṣe ìjàgbara, wọn ti mọ̀. Bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́,
dá wa lóhùn, wọ́n ní a máa gbó.
Bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí mo gba
àjọ lọ mọ̀ ń wọ ẹ̀yìn ẹ́.
Mọ̀jáwé rí mọ̀ sọ wàrà kan wọlé tó sọ pé ní Nàìjíríà àwọn appeal court judges wọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ yàn 23 náà 27 àti north náà ti wá, 4 péré náà fún south, 2 ní south west, 2 ní south east ò ní nǹkan kan. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ti announce orúkọ wọn tó máa swear in ní ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ yìí nísìn. Ṣé irú ìlú tá a fẹ́ gbé nìyẹn? Gbogbo ọgbọ́n yìí ní kéé tí wọ́n fẹ́ mú jáde, pàápàá jùlọ tó ti lọ lẹ̀ díẹ̀ pẹ̀lú Gẹ̀ẹ́sì sọ fún àwọn oníjàgbara IPOB ní asylum. Ọgbọ́n àtúnijẹ nìyẹn, because wọ́n fún yẹn láti asylum, wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ fẹ́ citizen o. Asylum ní pé kó sáwà àsápamọ́ fúngbà díẹ̀ tó bá yá tó dá padà lọlé láti dà wọ́n láàmú. So kò sí nǹkan míì ju pé kí Yorùbá ó tẹnu mọ́ pé àti ìjàgbara àti dá dúró wa yẹn la fẹ́ ṣe. Kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tó lè ṣe láti dá wa dúró torí pé ibi tó dà ń lọ nìyẹn. Any other thing kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀, káwọn bóyá ìjà ogun àti ọ̀tẹ̀kọ́ àti bẹ̀rẹ̀ níbì kan, kò tá a bá tẹnumọ́, ẹ̀yin Yorùbá máa ń sọ pé ìṣù tá a bá tẹnumọ́ ràn èyí jóná, láti tẹnumọ́ àtẹ̀gùn yẹn ní kẹjẹ́ ká tẹ̀gùn ká dá wà fúnra wa. Mo ní information kan lọ́wọ́ tó gbé nílùú yìí, ìlú Amẹ́ríkà tá a wà yìí, I found out bí ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì sẹ́yìn pé gbogbo àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ìlera nílùú yìí, there are 77,000, mi mọ bí wọ́n ṣe fẹ́ pè ní èdè Yorùbá yìí tó jẹ́ doctors ní Amẹ́ríkà tó jẹ́ of Nigerian descent.
Ẹgbẹ̀rún méje.
Ẹgbẹ̀rún lọ́nà àádọ́rin àti méje, yes, 77,000. Bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ̀ ni àwọn nurses, wọ́n dẹ̀ ní pé out of them 90% of them are from the southwest and south side.
Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ jẹ́ ká mú tẹlòmíì.
Àwọn atọ́kùn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lẹ̀ iná pọ̀.
Òjíṣẹ́ ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ adákẹ́ mọ́ fọhùn àmọ́tẹni tí ń ṣe àwọn èèyàn kí yín, wọ́n ní ẹ káàbọ̀ tó ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa, ara atọ́kùn wa náà ni òjíṣẹ́ ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ àwọn gba sabatika ni káàbọ̀ ṣe ti dé ṣé sabatika yìí ó ti parí báwọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o, mo ti dé o, ẹ ṣeun o.
Bàbá.
Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́. Ṣàlàáfíà ni wọ́n bá gbogbo wa o.
Àlàáfíà ni o.
Ẹ má bínú sí mi, ó pẹ́ díẹ̀ tí mo ní ìṣòro kékeré kan, ohùn mi ló dàbẹ́ ní pé ó há. Yí àwọn gan-an, wọ́n sọ pé mo máa ṣiṣẹ́ abẹ ní ìgbà kan ní, ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tó máa fi bí ọ̀sẹ̀ bíi mélòó kan, híhá yẹn wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní padà bọ̀ sípò tó bẹ́ẹ̀ gẹ́ tó wá pé àwọn oníṣẹ́ abẹ wípé ẹ jẹ́ ká ìdúró ká máa wo bó ṣe máa lọ o.
Omi ifá tẹ ẹ mú lé ni wọ́n gbọ́ pé ẹ mú omi ifá lé.
Àbí o. Ó yẹ kí n tán ṣoṣo.
Wọ́n fẹ́ pa òun bá gbogbo lẹ́nu wọn lè pa òun bá gbogbo lẹ́nu.
Wọ́n ò rí pa o. Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ ṣeun o.
Àwọn àtàjọkò lórí awọ bí tá à ń ṣe o.
Bàbá
àwọn wòlíì làbá.
Jọ bàbá yín ló gẹ má tiẹ̀ sọ yẹn.
Àwọn àtàdúró lórí awọ torí tiẹ̀ o dúpẹ́.
Ìjà rẹ̀ sì jì.
Ẹ káre o, ẹ jàre o, àtẹ tó wà lórí awọ àti ẹni tó já ewé àtẹni tó já egbò àtẹni tó já ìtàkùn gbogbo yín pátápátá ni mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o.
Ẹ má tiẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá yín lóge kò sí nǹkan tó ń ṣe.
Ẹni bá lẹ́nu náà lágbára, ẹni bá lẹ́nu náà lágbára.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí tó mo kí yín ẹ kú ohùn látàárọ̀.
Ìṣọ̀lá ọpọ́dún kan tí mo ní kó kòrónà o.
Ṣé àwa ní ìwé ajá tó relé ẹkùn tó bọ̀?
Ẹ jẹ́ kọkùnrin ẹ sọ tiẹ̀, ẹ jẹ́ ó sọ tiẹ̀ o.
Kòró tí wọ́n mọ̀ ní kéè máa ṣe kékeré. Ìjọ tí wọ́n wá ṣe àlàyé fún wa lórí Yorùbá Gbòde bó ṣe ṣe wọ́n, béèyàn bá dorí ahun yóò káàánú ọmọlúwàbí.
Mo make sure pé mi ò wá ń jọ yẹn.
Tọ́wọ́ bá infect yìí.
Ààrẹ ò wá, èmi ò dúró mi tó ní kòró tí sọ̀rọ̀.
Nǹkan tó gbé mi débì gan nìyẹn. Nǹkan tó gbé mi débì.
Ẹ jẹ́ kẹ́ni tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ tán.
Bàbá yìí ló ge.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí máa tó sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀.
Òjíṣẹ́ ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ ti sọ ti wọn àbí?
Wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ tán.
Ó ti sọ̀rọ̀ tán. Ohun ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń dùn mọ́ mi ni ohun tí àgbọ̀ tán.
Ní April 21st ni wọ́n rush mi lọ sí hospital. April 23 ni wọ́n confirm wípé mo ní coronavirus. April 21st yẹn I was 1 minute. Òṣèjú kan ló kù fún mi láti lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n
mo lọ ta ló fẹ́ bá ẹgbẹ́rù ẹ̀. Èmi ni mo dúró síbi tí mo ní kó padà.
Wọ́n tún dé lórí awọ o.
Mo ní kó padà síbi tó ń lọ.
Kó wá gbẹ́rù ẹ̀, ẹlẹ́rù ló wá gbẹ́rù ẹ̀.
Ẹlẹ́rù ló wá gbẹ́rù ẹ̀.
Ṣùgbọ́n
tó gbẹ́rù ẹ̀ lẹ̀ fún.
Ọlọ́run rán ẹnìkan sí mi tó pe ambulance tó gbé mi lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n kì í ṣe ìrìn àjò kékeré. Èèyàn lè wish ọ̀tá ẹ̀ kó go through nǹkan tí mo. Àwọn tó bá sọ pé àwọn ò gba vaccine màá béèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn pé àwọn 500,000 tó kù yẹn ǹjẹ́ wọ́n ní choice? Ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Ẹ jẹ́ aràn kìíní sáwọn Fúlàní.
Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣe nǹkan kékeré rárá, nǹkan tí ojú mi rí ní ìwọ̀nba ọ̀sẹ̀ mẹ́ta yẹn sà.
Ojú ẹ̀ rí ní Amẹ́ríkà.
Kò ń ṣe kékeré, kò ń ṣe kékeré rárá. Ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run kàn rán àwọn kan sí mi, wọ́n á gbóúnjẹ wá fún mi, wọ́n á gbé sẹ́nu ọ̀nà mi, wọ́n á pè nípa àwọn tí gbóúnjẹ sẹ́nu ọ̀nà ẹ o, àwọn ò lè wọlé o.
Ṣé bó ṣe ṣe ẹjọ́ yẹn náà o lè jẹun dáadáa, abájọ o lose weight.
Mo jẹ the most important thing ọmọ tó wà lọ́dọ̀ mi ọmọ ọdún 10 ọmọ ọdún 9 gbà yẹn kò mọ nǹkan tó lè ṣe. Ká lọ àwọn ọmọ tá a sílùú wa lọ́yìn á lè wò pé òkè o kóun bá mi gbómi oògùn mi àǹkó báyẹn mi fún ara mi. Actually mo ti sùn sílẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀ mo rò pé mo ti lọ. Bọ́mọ yẹn ṣe wá jí mi the whole day kò tí ì jẹun. Kò tí ì jẹun láago 4 lọ́sàn-án. Ibi tí mo wà gan, ibi tí mo wà mo believe pé mi ò sí láyé yìí mọ́. but pé ó pè mí ebi ń pa àwọn bàbá àwọn ebi ń pa àwọn òun ló jí mi sáyé. So it was just the grace of God pé mo wà láyé nìsín mo dúpẹ́ o ẹ ṣé gan tẹ́ ẹ wá sí situation
ajá tó wọlé ẹkùn tó bọ̀ ní akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ oríire.
ṣe nǹkan kékeré o.
Kò ní kù mọ́ tó ṣe yín yẹn ẹlẹ́dàá ti fi ra ikú ó ti fi ra àrùn ó sì ti fi fún yín ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀mí gígùn pẹ́pẹ́ lówú ṣarọ́ wọ́n ní ilẹ̀ iṣẹ́ àìsàn àdìrò ìgbóná kalẹ̀ kókó báyìí náà ni a máa bá ògùn àgbẹ̀dẹ láṣẹ Ọlọ́run ní ṣàárẹ̀ mọ́ kò ní kù níbi kankan láṣẹ Ọlọ́run wà gbogbogbò bí olúgbogbo ti gbó tó ayé bàbá wa ẹ bá wa kásẹ̀ rẹ̀ nílẹ̀ bàbá Adébóyè bí nǹkan kan bá wà bí ìmọ̀ràn lórí gbogbo ètà tí ń bá bọ̀ látàárọ̀ ní gbólóhùn méjì ẹ bá mi fún wọn a wà á lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ yèyé Ọmọfọlábàdé Ṣóyínká a wà parí ẹ̀ sọ́dọ̀ bàbá Bánjí Ayílóge ló bá tán lábàá máa dágbére fúnra wa alùdùdú ìdárin.
Ẹ ṣé olóòtú gbogbo ayé tó sì wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ tí à ń lara wa lọ́yẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ tèmi o iṣẹ́ pọ̀ tí a gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe a lè jókòó síbí ká sọ nǹkan tá à ń sọ fún ọgbọ́n tí a máa dá sí tí ó fi jẹ́ pé nígbà tí irú wa ẹ̀ bá ń ta téwu ń pa àwọn ọmọ tí wọ́n bí lẹ́yìn wa wọ́n mọ nǹkan tá a mọ̀ wọ́n lè fi tiwọn kún nítorí ẹ̀ ní irú ètò yìí ṣe wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá Gbòde kò síbi tí wọn ò ti lè gbọ́ Yorùbá Gbòde wọ́n lè gbọ́ Nàìjíríà wọ́n lè gbọ́ ní China so ẹ jẹ́ ká máa sọ fún àwọn èèyàn wa pé ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kan wà tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ níjọ́ Sunday tá a bá dẹ̀ rí
Sátidé.
Sorry ọjọ́ Sátidé.
Sátidé là ń ṣe nìsín èmi náà àbàmọ́ ìsìnwí tí n bá ń ṣe.
bí o sì sọ fún Ìbàdàn.
lórí Sunday bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
So kí àwọn èèyàn máa gbọ́ kò sọ́nà míì o lè lo information tó o bá ní lọ́wọ́ so àwọn ọmọ wa tá a bí lẹ́yìn 1980 tí wọn ò mọ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ kó tó dìgbà náà iṣẹ́ wa ni láti fi kọ́ wọn tá a bá kọ́ wọn ní nǹkan tá a mọ̀ tí wọ́n dẹ̀ fi tiwọn kún àní mọ́ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ronú 2023 àwọn náà ti fi nǹkan tí wọ́n mọ̀ ṣe wọ́n ti fi ṣe decision making bóyá wọn ó gbalẹ̀ Yorùbá lẹ̀ ní o tí ó kálukú ọmọ lọ síbi tó ti wá àbí wọn ó jẹ́ kí wọ́n ṣe election a lè farí lẹ́yìn olórí.
àfi tí ọba fa ti dọmí.
àbí tí ọba fa ti dọmí so ìyí tó kù lọ́wọ́ wa tá à tí ì ṣe bó ti wulẹ̀ aṣọ pa fẹ́ràn lẹ̀ wa tó ó ní ká mú lọ́kùnkúndùn láti jẹ́ káwọn àwọn èèyàn wa ìyá lọ́jà bàbá lọ́jà ọmọléèwé ìgbàwo kí wọ́n mọ̀ there is no democracy.
àwọn ará ìjà rẹ̀.
àwọn ará ìjà rẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ bùjà rẹ̀ o ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan wà láti bẹ̀ o Olúwajánà àti anyway so principal ibi tí mò ń lọ ni pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká gbà bí iṣẹ́ kódà ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń jẹ́ Sàláwù àtẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń jẹ́ Robert.
ẹ bọ́ bàbá àwọn tó ń jẹ́ Yusuf.
àtàwọn tó ń jẹ́ Sunday.
gbogbo irú gbogbo àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ẹ jẹ́ ká jẹ́ ẹni tí ó mọ̀ kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wa ibi wọ́n ṣe ní control ní ìgbésí ayé wọn tí ń bọ̀ ìgbésí ayé tí ń bọ̀ yẹn àwa lè mọ̀ sí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ báwa bẹ́ẹ̀ gan lè mọ́ wà relevant but nǹkan tí wọ́n bá mọ̀ ni wọ́n fi máa fi ṣìwàhù ó ní wọ́n fi máa make a decision so ibi tí mò ń bá lọ nìyẹn.
Yèyé Àjàyí Ṣóyínká.
ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ o gbogbo nǹkan tá a sọ ní èní ó ṣe pàtàkì púpọ̀ mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn oníbèèrè torí àwọn ìbéèrè tán béèrè yẹn ó túbọ̀ fi kún nǹkan tá à ń sọ àti àwọn àlàyé tí ó yẹ ká máa tún sọ yékéyéké. Mo dúpẹ́ fún gbogbo akitiyan Yorùbá Gbòde tí ẹ̀ ń kó wa jọ tí à ń sọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ wọ̀nyí. N tí màá fẹ́ sọ ni wípé gbogbo nǹkan tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sẹ́yìn láti àtẹ̀lé dá sí láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ 1914 títí di àsìkò yìí, ká má jẹ́ kó fa ìrẹ̀wẹ̀sì bá wa. Ńṣe ni ká fi ṣe àríkọ́gbọ́n pẹ̀lú nǹkan tí àwọn òṣèlú wa, àwọn tí wọ́n gba ìjọba ní ìgbà tá a gba òmìnira tí wọ́n ṣe, nítorí àwọn náà ṣakitiyan púpọ̀, ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tí àwọn òyìnbó yẹn, àwọn imperialist tán ti ṣe ó ti pọ̀ nílẹ̀, ara ẹ̀ náà la ṣì ń fàì, a dẹ̀ ní jẹ́ kó rẹ̀ wá ni. Pẹ̀lú ìyẹn àti àwọn ọmọ wa, àwọn àbúrò wa lọ́tùn lósì, àwọn náà ní ọgbọ́n tiwọn, kí á fà wọ́n mọ́ra. Wọ́n mọ nǹkan tó ń lọ, nǹkan tá a bá lè sọ, bá a ṣe ń kọ́ wọn níwọ̀n nǹkan tá a mọ̀, káwa náà tún máa gbà ọgbọ́n tiwọn. Oh God, sorry, that's Siri. Shut up. So nǹkan tí ká tún fà wọ́n mọ́ra, nǹkan tí àwọn ọ̀dọ́ ọ̀sìnyìí, nǹkan tán mọ̀ ó pọ̀, àwa ò mọ̀. Nǹkan táwa náà mọ̀ ó pọ̀ táwọn náà ò mọ̀. Níṣe ni ká túbọ̀ kí ọwọ́ wẹ ọwọ́ ni ọwọ́ fi ń mọ́. Then ìkẹta tí mo fẹ́ sọ ni wípé àwọn ọmọ wa tí a wá bí sílẹ̀ yìí, a bí sí òkè ọ̀yà ní àti UK ni o, àti Switzerland ni o, àti America ni o. Ọgbọ́n tí a máa fi ṣe láti jẹ́ kí wọ́n mọ akitiyan tá à ń ṣe nípa ìlú wa. Nítorí pé ó dàbí pé ó ṣòro díẹ̀ fún wọn, torí wọ́n láti fara mọ́ ibi tí a bí wọn sí, tí wọ́n ń dàgbà sí, tí wọ́n ń ṣiṣẹ́. A dẹ̀ fẹ́ kí wọ́n mọ bí nǹkan ṣe ń lọ ní ilé. So ìyẹn ni màá fẹ́ ká túbọ̀ máa ṣe bí òbí, bí àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n wọn kí a máa ṣe. So kò ní rẹ̀ wá o, a gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kó rẹ̀ wá.
Ẹ ṣeun. Bàbá Bánjí Ayílóge.
The most important thing I'm going to emphasize is that the knowledge of history is actually necessary, because gbogbo ala tí ń gbọ́ pé history tend to repeat itself, you know. Ẹ bá rí ìgbà tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, we said the Fulani said Nigeria is a promised land to them. Why? Because Madam Fodio came with his jihad. So ó dẹ̀ ń sọ ńgbà pé ibẹ̀ náà fẹ́ fi ṣe ibùgbé. That is history to them. And then when they continue, and I have said also that àwa Yorùbá ó dà pé a gbé Nàìjíríà yẹn rù. About 2.5 decades ago, ńgbà tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ restructuring, Yorùbá ló fẹ́ oppose wájú pé ẹ fẹ́ fọ́ Nàìjíríà ni. You know, you want to balkanize Nigeria, but the very people don't say anything. Àwọn ló wá embrace the restructuring, which I mean, I've heard this. Restructuring means so many things to so many. Restructuring is a return to a true federal system. But think of me, don't get restructuring. Out of that restructuring, the revenue derivation matter, because we are returning to what it used to be. So the knowledge of history now is very essential, because Oman Fumini concern even The Dr. Adeboye ṣe sọ, people born in the 80s, ò tiẹ̀ mọ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ before them. And ìyẹn ló wà troubling. So much so, téèyàn míì máa sọ fún mi pé ẹnìkan ìsọ̀nbílẹ̀ nígbà Yorùbá gan ni problem wà lọ́rùn ẹ̀. Because wọ́n sọ salary ọba kan ṣe. Those are not, those are things that happened in the past. But our history is made up of so many other stuff. Kí ló dé tó sọ salary èèyàn di 1 penny in the first place? Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? A historian will want to know, okay, kí lẹni yẹn ṣe? Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ before? Kí ni reaction of government? Then when you have a balanced view, then you now understand history. You try to understand and draw a conclusion. In our own situation now, every effort, every time, títí di 1966, even gbogbo wa mọ̀ pé Yorùbá progress, and we refer to that period as the golden era. Láti self-government, Awólọ́wọ̀ títí di 1960, kíjọ̀gbọ̀n tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣẹlẹ̀. It's the golden era of Yoruba progress. Kí ló wá ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn? Tó bá ka school start lásán láyé kò sí nǹkan tó lè ṣe láyé. School start was like nígbà tó ní master's degree sí. But then tó ní master's degree sí gan tó bá tiẹ̀ kọ sentence wà á correct ẹ̀. Kí ló wá ṣẹlẹ̀? We keep going down. Our engineers, ní engineer tó ṣe kìíní, àfi tó bá jáde nílùú tó wà wá dá nǹkan míì tó bá jáde tán. Why will we continue in this level? Nǹkan tí history máa ń sọ nìyẹn pé there must be a reason that these people were greater 30 years ago, 60 years ago. But look at them now. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Kí ló lead? The historian will ask what led to the decline? Because this is a period of decline for the Yoruba race. And tá a bá stem decline within the next few years. Kó má jẹ́ pé, and I keep telling people, is what Darwin referred to as the survival of the fittest. They will route you from your indigenous location, and tó bá yá Yorùbá bóyá ẹ kàn máa gbọ́ bóyá láwọn àwọn tó wà abroad tó mọ Ifá náà kàn máa sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá. It will be in the imagination of people. Ọlọ́run má fi ṣe wá ṣe àpọ́nlé ní Nàìjíríà. Àbí ní orílẹ̀-èdè ayé kò sí ilé Nàìjíríà. Because Nigeria is a drag for all of us. And we must find solution to seeing that we take ourselves, but we want to take ourselves, we want to put our destiny in our own hands. There shouldn't be any quarrel about that. So on that note,
Oh, this CD.
So ẹ
má gba àtẹ́wọ́ ológun lálejò tẹ́ bá mọ̀ pé ká má bá.
Ẹ ṣe àtẹ́wọ́ ológun fi bọ̀ wẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ó ti ní hard immunity.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ tó nu wa láti tó wákàtí 5. Béèyàn ò bá nífẹ̀ẹ́ ìlú rẹ̀ kò ní jókòó bí a ṣe jókòó yìí. Mo wá tún fi àsìkò ike sí yín pé ẹ dákun ẹ máa tún bá wa polówó Yorùbá Gbòde kí ẹni tó gbọ́ kó sọ fún ẹni tí ò gbọ́, torí pé àgbájọ ọwọ́ ni a fi ń sọ̀yà. Mo mọ̀ pé à ń gbìyànjú, ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀rọ̀ kan jáde lónìí tí mo fẹ́ kọbi ara sí. Wọ́n ní tí ìbò bá tún wá wáyé ní 2023 kí ni ó ṣẹlẹ̀? Àgbẹ̀dọ̀
ìbò gbọ́dọ̀ wáyé.
Tí a bá tún kọwọ́ sí ìbò míì,
ó parí nìyẹn.
Ó ṣe mí láàánú pé a jẹ́ pé ó ti bọ́ lọ́wọ́ wa nù. Tí a bá tún lajú sílẹ̀, tí tàlùbọ́ bá kó bọ̀, a jẹ́ pé a gbé. Torí wípé ẹ wo gbogbo àwọn òṣèlú wa, ẹ wo àwọn gómìnà wa, èwo lẹ gbọ́ tó kọrí síbi tí a kọrí sí, torí pé bàtà ò ta wọ́n lẹ́sẹ̀ ni. Ẹni tó ń gbádùn tí wọ́n ń jẹ mùkúntùn, ṣé wọ́n lè fẹ́ kí àyípadà ó wà? Wọ́n fẹ́. Wọ́n ń kọrin bámúbámú láyó, àwọn ò mọ̀ pé bí ń kọ́ mẹ́ni kọ̀ọ̀kan. Ebi sì ń pa ọmọ mẹ̀kúnnù.
Ó pọ̀ jù.
Ebi ń pa ọmọ mẹ̀kúnnù. Tí ó bá ti bọ́ lọ́wọ́ àwa ìran ìta àbárí nǹkan kan ṣe ní 2023, a jẹ́ kó ti bọ́ lọ́wọ́ wa nìyẹn, òkè ẹlẹ́dàá ò má jẹ́ kó bọ́ lọ́wọ́ wa. Ẹ jẹ́ ká múra, ẹ jẹ́ ká fìyẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣohun àrò, ẹ jẹ́ ká fariwo ta sáálé sáálé, àjọṣe èyí ò ní lè wọ̀ mọ́ o, ó tó gẹ́ kọ́lọ́dẹ ó dọ́dẹ ṣe, ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ fún wọn ó tó gẹ́ àjìyà mọ́. Yorùbá ti kọ ìyà àjìyà mọ́. Ọ̀nà wo la lè gbà? Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa kéde fún gbogbo àwọn èèyàn nílé. Ẹ jẹ́ á fariwo ta sáálé sáálé. Lára ètò tí àwa ń ṣe ń bí, ó ní wípé gbogbo ìta ń ṣe lórí Yorùbá Gbòde yìí tó ń fún àwọn èèyàn ní ọgbọ́n, tó ń jẹ́ ká mọ ìtàn, gbogbo orútàn tí àwọn bàbá Yílóge, Yèyé Àjàyí Ṣóyínká, bàbá Adéníran Adébóyè, gbogbo ìtàn tí wọ́n ń sọ yìí, àwọn ará Nàìjíríà wọn ò gbọ́rú ẹ̀.
Èmi mo kọ́ wọn.
Lára ìyànjú tá à ń gbà ní wípé ètò tá à ń ṣe lórí Yorùbá Gbòde kó dé àwọn orí rédíò tó jẹ́ pé ìyá aláta lọ́jà yóò mọ̀ gbọ́, ìyá ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ní ọjà ayẹyẹ yóò mọ̀ gbọ́.
Lágbèní.
Ẹni tí ń bẹ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, ẹni tí ń bẹ lágbèní, wọn á máa gbọ́. Torí kò yé wọn, tẹ́ bá ní ká má jẹ màálù, àwa là ń sọ síra wa lórí ẹ̀rọ màjáwéré màsòfàwàrà, wọn ò gbọ́, wọ́n sì ń láti gbọ́. Mo mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn ń gbìyànjú lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta, wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní kéde, wọ́n ń lọ Ọ̀tà, wọ́n ń lọ ṣe kinní ní Màpó, wọ́n ń pariwo. Ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wa tó yẹ kán darapọ̀ mọ́ wa, àwọn ìyá lọ́jà, ẹ̀rù ń bà wọ́n, wọn ò darapọ̀ mọ́ wọn torí kò yé wọn. Ìdí rèé, á láti bọ ṣòkòtò wa gírí, ká mọ̀ pé ogun lélẹ̀ nítorí ìran wa, nítorí àwọn ọmọ wa, torí tá a bá kọ̀ tá ò ṣe, èèwọ̀ ń bọ̀ tí ó gbèjà. So àti nágbára anágboro, adé ẹsẹ̀ kùkú, àtúndé ọ̀nà tó jí. Mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn amòye wa lórí Yorùbá Gbòde. Ní ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ, à ń gbìyànjú láti sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹran dídà ẹran káàkiri, òfin tó jáde, òfin tó rọ̀ mọ́. A ti bá alàgbà Ṣẹ̀yẹ Ògúnlẹ́yẹ tí wọ́n wà fún Don, a ti bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀, àwọn ṣetán láti wá gẹ́gẹ́ bí aṣojú àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ tó wà ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tí à ń pè ní Don. Ẹni tó jẹ́ aṣojú ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ àti ń fà wọ́n, àti ìrí wọn fà. Ṣùgbọ́n Yorùbá ní ẹni tí ń pè ọ́ kò dákẹ́, kò sí bí wọn náà ṣe lè gbàgbọ́ ya, àjọ gbọ́ra wa yé ńgbà tó bá yá. Èmi ò mọ̀ pé wọ́n bó bá ṣe wá rí n tá a ṣe lọ́jọ́ mẹ́jọ nu, ọ̀rọ̀ ẹran dídà ní àárín ìgboro ó ní a máa gbé yẹ̀wò ní ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ pẹ̀lú ògo Ọlọ́run. Bákan náà, a tún pè fún àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn láti ṣe onígbọ̀wọ́ fún wa. Olúfìgbọ̀ngàn, àwọn ni wọ́n ń bọ̀ ní abala tọba láṣẹ tinú oṣù karùn-ún lórí ètò yín Yorùbá Gbòde pẹ̀lú ògo Ọlọ́run. Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ̀kọ́ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ Yorùbá Gbòde, Yorùbá class, àwọn ọmọ wa wọ́n ń gbìyànjú, wọ́n ń kọ́ ìwé, wọ́n ti ń sọ Yorùbá, wọ́n ń gbìyànjú. Ẹ dákun, ẹni tó bá sì ní ọmọ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ tí ọmọ wọn ò bá sọ Yorùbá, ẹ dákun, kò sí ní tó yọ dẹ òbí kó pẹran wálé o kò sí ní tó yẹ àgbẹ̀ bí kò ní ṣù bàǹtàbàǹtà lébè kò sí yìí lára ọba tí ò lólórí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni ká jẹ́ Yorùbá kọ́mọ wa ó mọ̀ gbédè kọ́mọ wa ó mọ̀ lè jẹ́ gbédè gbẹ́yọ̀ ẹ dákun owó òdàkọ̀mù ni ẹni tó bá sì mọ̀ pé òun fẹ́ kọ́mọ òun ó kọ́ tí ò bá ní àǹfààní sí tọ́rọ́kọ́bọ̀ tí Yorùbá Gbòde ẹ pè wá a mọ àwọn èèyàn tí a lè pè tí wọ́n lè fún ọmọ yín ní ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀fẹ́ tí wọ́n lè ṣètò scholarship fún wọn ẹ ṣeun ní ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ àpàdé ẹ dákun alàgbà tí wọ́n ń jẹ́ Ọ̀jẹ̀wọlé tó bá ṣeé ṣe ẹ pé olóòtú Yorùbá Gbòde lẹ́yìn ètò yìí ó ṣe pàtàkì tó oníyàn ṣe o ọlọ́bẹ̀ ṣe o ẹ̀yin tí ẹ jẹ́ náà ẹ kú àìbínú mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá Bánjí Ayílóge bàbá Adéníran Adébóyè yèyé Ọmọfọlábọ̀ Àjàyí Ṣóyínká mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn atọ́kùn mi òjíṣẹ́ ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ ẹ ti dé náà nù ẹni lọ ló bọ̀ ohun yín ò ní bàjẹ́ pẹ̀lú ògo Ọlọ́run mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ atọ́kùn Ayọ̀bámi Abọ́lájí ọmọ wọn ní Ọ̀yọ́ Aláàfin ẹ ṣeun gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ti ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn fún wa mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹnjìníà mi ní o Ayọ̀tẹ́jú Adékúnbí ọmọ Yusuf ìyókù di ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ tí ẹ tún máa gbúrò mi ẹ̀yin mùsùlùmí òdodo ètò oṣù Abíyì tí ìjọ Nigerian Muslim Council ṣe onígbọ̀wọ́ yóò wáyé ní afọ́nrán yìí gangan lọ́la láago 4 ẹ̀yin mùsùlùmí àwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ jíròrò lé lórí ni ọ̀rọ̀ ẹbí ní inú ẹ̀sìn Islam ẹ dákun ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí oṣù Abíyì tó bí èmi tí mọ̀ wí ẹni tó fúnni lówó kò fẹ́ kí ebi ó pani ẹni tó fúnni nímọ̀ kò fẹ́ kí á rìn lókun àìnímọ̀ ṣé bí ẹni tó fúnni lọ́mọ irú wọn ni kò fẹ́ kí á jàjẹrun bí iṣu mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yèyé mi o Ègbìnọlá Adékúnbí àtúwọ̀ ẹ̀dú ló kọ́ mi láṣà mo jèrè àṣà ìrè ní mògùn ará àlágbẹ̀dẹ ọmọ awórin tún ni rọ ibi tó bá wà ilẹ̀ èrè ni ìyókù di ọjọ́ mẹ́jọ lórí ètò Yorùbá Gbòde bí bàbá Ayílóge ti wí èmi ni n ó wà ẹ̀yin náà ni n ó bá mo ò ní fi ẹlòmíì ṣe àtèmi àtẹ̀yin ire o.
ẹni tó fún ní màálù kò fẹ́ ká lọ ọjà rẹ̀ torí wọ́n pa ni.
ẹni tó fún ní màálù kò fẹ́ ká lọ sọ́dọ̀ Fúlàní. kékeré là ń jẹ lára màálù ẹjẹ á jẹ òbúkọ dé òórùn dé a máa dùn òbúkọ wa dùn kò sì wá sí màálù nígbà rẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ń wí wọn.
náà wọ́n máa pa màálù tó bá ti dádúgbò wọn ni wọ́n máa ń pa ni nǹkan tí bàbá Ayílóge ṣe fún wọn nǹkan tó ń ṣe lẹ̀ fún wọn nìyẹn.
Ayílóge ti lọ.
Ok wọn gbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ tó bá ti gbọ́rù nǹkan báyìí wọn gbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwọn kò ṣèèṣì. àmì ẹ̀yin náà mọ̀ gbà tẹ̀ wá ń GCI àwọn ọmọ Àkúrẹ́ ò gbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀.
No kò sábà àwọn Àkúrẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ní GCI o àti ẹ̀mọ́ ibi tẹ́nì kankan ti wá ọjà yóò mọ̀ mọ́tà o.
tí ẹ máa lùkò nǹkan gbà yẹn ṣé àbó ti kúrò mẹ́rin gbà yẹn.
tí ẹ máa lùkò.
bẹ́ẹ̀ sà.
bàbá làwọn yẹn jẹ́ fún wa.
bàbá àwọn òwe tí wọ́n kọ ń gbà yẹn.
àwọn gbogbo ìgbà tí wọ́n kọ̀wé yẹn làwọn wà ní skul àwọn ti dàgbà mo tí mo sọ tán tí ẹ máa lùkò fún yín.
ẹ ti sọ.
ọmọ ẹ̀kan bá mi ní skul kẹ́lẹ́ bá mi bọ́ náà wá ṣe jètò.
ọmọ wọn náà lọ sí government college Ìbàdàn.
So wọ́n á gba ọmọ yẹn sí skul ó dẹ̀ ṣe dáadáa wọ́n fẹ́ fún un ní scholarship ní tí ẹ̀ bá fún un mú pé ọmọ tó kọ́ ló yẹ kó gba scholarship kó lè sanwó skul. ló bá lọ bá principal ní principal ní àwa ò lè gba scholarship ọmọ ẹ̀ àwa kọ́ la fún un òun ló rí òun ló iṣẹ́ owó rẹ̀ ló fún un ní scholarship. Etí ẹ bá kò bá ní ok ẹ fún mi lọ́mọ ẹlòmíì ló bá sanwó ọmọ ẹlòmíì fọdún 5.
Wow. Bàbá yẹn mọ̀ dáa o.
Tí mo fọlọ́run sọ àlùkò
One man, one machete.
One man, one wife, one man, one machete.
One machete.
Tí o lè gbàgbé ẹ̀ láì. Mo sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ nígbà rẹ̀.
Mo ka ìwé yẹn pálí tó pálí. Fine book.
Mo sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ nígbà rẹ̀ lẹ́nu ijọ́ mẹ́ta yìí.
Fine book. Yeah. Captain, when captain was a principal, mo lọ síbẹ̀. You know.
Okay.
Ó ní ó jẹ́ kán gbà mí gbà ẹ̀.
Mi ò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ gbà yẹn.
Yeah, definitely. That was 76.
Alàgbà àtẹ̀wọ́lógúnjọ́ wo láwa ṣe pátí o.
Madam, pátí ń bọ̀ àwọn Mr. Bọ́lájí Ayọ̀bá àwọn gan ní bàbá àṣálẹ́, you know.
Ṣé iṣẹ́ àwọn bàbá àṣálẹ́ tí wọ́n máa já ẹran lé wa lọ́wọ́ o.
Ẹja láàjẹ náà kò sí ọ̀rọ̀ nítorí.
Láàjẹ màálù tá a bá jẹ́ ńlẹ̀ kò ń ṣe ti Fúlàní.
Kò ṣe ti Fúlàní.
No, kò kì í ṣe ti Fúlàní.
September 12.
Ṣéjọ́ yẹn lọ́jọ́ bí yín.
Màá pé 60 bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Àwẹ̀ o.
Màá ṣe ń jọ yẹn.
Àwẹ̀ ẹlẹ́rìí ò ní gbà.
Mo ti ń prepare fún báyìí. Ẹ ṣé mà. Ẹ ṣé tẹ́ introduce mi sí situation yìí mi ò tiẹ̀ mọ̀ kó wà available ní that time. Ẹ máa gbádùn.
Ó dìgbà kan náà o.
Mo ní kì í ṣàyà tipẹ́tipẹ́ ni Haúsá fi ń fi wa lápè. Tàfárá bà léwà Fawólọ́wọ̀ sátìmọ́lé ń jọ́ sí ó pẹ́ títí kó